Hey, hey, hey. Chat room. 10 minutes to watch. Hold on, chat. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. All right, chat. How's it going, chat? Ignore the big glass that I was using to drink water. Okay, this might be a big deal, chat room, or it might be a big letdown. The jury is still out. But today we have the state of play. This is Sony's big event, the crème de la crème. So we're gonna see what they have on offer today. Hopefully, something really good. Okay, chat. Let me just. I have to share my post everywhere now. All right, let's go ahead and pull up the live stream before I start doing. Before I get all lost in the sauce. Hope y'all are doing well today, chat. Hope y'all are doing well today. Oh, there goes my dog. I can hear my wife trying to get him under control. Our neighbors are moving, so my dog is freaking out. He is freaking out. Oh, that's up. All right, Jet. Let me find this live stream. Shall we? Predictions for the stream, chat. Predictions. I am predicting. I want to see more Wolverine. I want to see more characters from Marvel Token. If my dreams can come true, I would love TTRPG extraordinaire themselves. Chaotic Neutral Joe. Listen. This is super important as well because Jim Ryan is no longer running the show here at Sony. He was the previous person running, like the president or whatever, and he was the one who put in all those initiatives about like everyone needs to have, you guessed it, live service games. Oh boy, isn't that fun? 7 seconds till the end, chat. But so he was the one who put that in there. And now he's no longer the head of it. And we've kind of are out of all those games that need to be released. So it's going to be exciting to see what the future of PlayStation looks like under this new leadership, you know? What are we going to be focusing on?
Your spirit. Do you need help?
Let me know if it's too low, chat. Oh, they're doing a sequel.
It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here.
Surprisingly enough, I ended up never checking this game out, even though I said I would.
Dangerous corruption
Okay, sounds good.
inside, along with the secrets of forgotten practice.
Still looks great. Still looks great. Hold on. I gotta make sure.
Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Oh, we got a little open world areas now. Okay. The combat seems much more dynamic.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see.
Oh, she's in like a great sword. Well, now I'm in. Wow, that's a beautiful game.
May you depart in peace.
Scars of Cosmora. 2026. Okay.
I'm Josh, and this is my brother Mike.
Hi.
Hope you enjoyed that first
Hi, Josh. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Kena, Scars of Cosmora. After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special.
Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide. Her reputation now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities. On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit guide's role in helping living people, not only those who have passed away. With PlayStation Studios support, we're building on everything that fans love.
Story seems much heavier this time around.
More dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world, and of course, our charming spirit companions.
It's so precious. Give me 14 of them.
Thanks so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Baby, I know. Give me 14 of them right now. Right now. The mount is so precious. It's like a little like forest version of a dire wolf. I like it. Little fox. All right, that's a good one. That's a good one to open on. Oh, really?
Demons terrorized the land
Oh, really?
and subjugated its people.
Grass fox, peacock, forest spirit. All right.
The spider,
All the multiplayer for Ghosts of Yote. Nice.
the kitsune, and the snake. Many fought back. Many were cut down.
I'm gonna have to hit up Johnny. We're gonna have to hit up this multiplayer. The Legends mode was fun in the first one. I'm excited for this because of the sheer amount of how many more weapons there are in this game for sure.
Nothing can stop the true
Oh,
warrior from vengeance, not even death.
nice. Hit me with the release date. March 10th. My birth month will be full of games to play.
Top, Sam. You? Or me? Can't wait to find out.
PC release for Death Stranding 2. Nice. This music sounds copyrightable. I still need to finish this game, which I'm still surprised that I haven't, because I really, really enjoyed the first one. March 19th. March is
What you waiting, huh?
getting filled up. There goes Kojima with his little Metal Gear references.
I'm Mike Booth from Bad Robot Games, and game director of 4Loop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting...
I forgot about Bad Robot. Bad Robot was originally the production company for J.J. Abrams, if I'm not mistaken.
Where you and your friends succeed through cooperation...
Started out as a movie production company, then has transitioned into other interactive media. Gojo!
At the heart of 4Loop is a probability map, which combines alien technology
Uh-huh.
and ingenuity to plot your best path forward to defeat
Wow.
invaders. Each node represents a different mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to collect mission-critical resources,
Watching Muted at work.
cool upgrades for your gear, all while trying to avoid the alien forces constantly...
Yeah, of course. Pretend like we're not even here.
bots to stop it. We've worked hard to ensure that there are tons of items to choose from and a lot of strange creatures and mysterious things to encounter. For example, this weird alien plant is called a blink root, where you can collect a blink berry, which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random distant location. All the
That's
various
cool.
Enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to interact with each other in dynamic ways that create emergent gameplay and endless replayable chaos. That means your decisions really matter, and creativity and improvisation.
Interesting.
We really want players to try things and think outside the box, like hacking an alien terminal.
Arc Portal Raiders Divers 3? Exactly, yeah.
Killbot drop pods
Like, it's definitely gonna
with your life.
be fighting the Arc Raiders comparison, but this is more
As long
cooperative.
as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again.
Reprinted is crazy.
For your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout, and choose rewards from an increasing array of powerful gear and upgrades.
I'd be more interested in trying this game out
Culminates in
than Arc Raiders, as long as they don't use AI voice actors in this one, too.
Logic surveyor that scans for flux deposits to harvest. Its scan fields are very lethal, creating a dynamic obstacle course of lasers to
Oh my
avoid
god, it's the
destroy the boss.
laser field from Resident Evil.
The scanner's body rotates like a 3D puzzle. You want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving, lethal laser grids.
Okay, okay.
Our goal here is to create something new, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and fail to save the world.
Okay, for loop. Short and sweet. That's interesting. It would have been nice if they had... You could sign up for one of those betas.
That's the Earth.
Oh, this is what is it? Pragmata?
Can make everything with Luna filament, huh?
This is the other Capcom game.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey, Hugh? What were you like as a kid?
When I was young, I was in an orphanage. I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had
This game has been in development for a
looked
while.
out for me. And now it's your turn.
Yeah, it's Pragmata. This feels like the appropriate time to give a release date by this point.
Deploying reinforcements.
Ah! Oh my god! Oh, it's April 24th. Okay. Okay. And a demo's available today. Ooh, I might have to check it out.
That's 6 now. 6
And then right into the Resident Evil. Chad, we will be playing this. No, thank you. Terrifying looking. It's like robot version of Titans from Attack on Titan. Give me the Leon Kennedy gameplay. This game doesn't. This game comes out in only a few weeks, right?
Okay. What does Victor want with you?
It's pretty close.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Now they've already shown this trailer though. Creepy robot babies. No, no, no. That's the thing. They're not even babies. They have like baby proportions with like the massive heads compared to their body, and that's what makes it even creepier.
Leon, we're running out of time.
All right. I feel like a playthrough of Resident Evil 4 is calling to me before this comes out.
The team has settled on a person of interest. A former T-virus researcher.
Because my master made you who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
It's so cool. Giving him a freaking hatchet. I don't know who on the design team was like, yeah, give Leon a hatchet and make him fight like John Wick. Yeah, let's do it. I'm up for it.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Wait, is that the RPD? Hey, yo. February 27th.
Hi everyone, I'm
I think we're overestimating the strength of that knife, right? Yeah, they gave him a full-on hatchet now that you can keep sharpening when it gets dull with the whetstone. I was like, oh my god. Right?
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain.
Nosgoth.
2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order.
Oh wow, that's huge. That's pretty big.
The Soul Reaver saga brings players into the conflict between the vampire Kain and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel.
Because this franchise never gets touched.
Updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera, and wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Now, what do you have to tell me?
Lost levels, deep lore, photo mode, and more.
Mm.
This version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Wow.
The choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire, or to challenge.
That's nothing to scoff at. That's a pretty decent chunk of change they've put into this.
Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered launches next
March
month.
3rd.
Will be available to pre-order starting today.
This feels like they're pulling a Capcom, like how Capcom did with like when they re-released the Darkstalkers, of like, we're gonna put this out here to gauge fan investment. The fans are always very vocal about Legacy of Kain, but let's put that to the test. Let's put that to the test and see if you'll actually buy it.
Empire invading with overwhelming power. Enjoy deep strategic gameplay with over 100 unit classes, including knights and new types of monsters. And countless hours of gameplay, with 6 main storylines and side quests across 24 nations.
大陸の守護者たる私たちの兵をこうもたやすく
Brigandine Abyss launches this year, and you can wishlist it starting today.
I mean, I always have a hankering for something that reminds me of Fire Emblem, but Dead or Alive? What?
無限転身の名にかけて
本作デッドアライブ6ラストラウンドはオリジナルのデッドアライブ6をベースに
Still updating this game?
として追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加、新たなフォトモードの追加を行ったタイトルです。
Oh no. Don't give these degenerates don't need an improved photo mode for this game.
継続的なアップデートをしています。発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定です。
Dead or Alive is such a throwback for me.
ぜひご体験ください。
Definitely way too young to be playing this series. When I was a kid first introduced to it. I mean, that's nice. I would love for them to do Dead or Alive 7, but and like start to evolve the series, but especially with the creator of the series passing, I don't know what the future of it looks like.
こういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Oh. Well, it looks like they heard me. The new Dead or Alive game has started. Let's go. Okay. Well, they literally heard me and we were like, yeah, you know, let's tack that on there. Well, good. Good to know they're working on the next one. Because that's Dead or Alive 6 has been out for what, 8 or 9 years now?
Zoe, I see the spotlights.
And you're getting closer. Listen, Dylan, we're getting distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of Control Resonant, the game-changing sequel to Control. What you are seeing here is an early vision captured from our in-development build. We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before.
Jesus. The weight on that thing is crazy.
Recently acquired Shift, an ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him.
Oh my god, what? You're giving me action gameplay with gravity rush mechanics?
Weapon the Aberrant can take, and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit your playstyle.
Oh, really? With takedowns! Hey, yo!
Combat, we encourage you to play aggressively, balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
Oh my god, they're going full. Oh, yeah.
You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Full gravity rush, Devil May Cry. Oh my gosh, what's up, Johnny? They're showing off the sequel to Control, and they decided, yeah, what if we mix it with Gravity Rush and Devil May Cry for the combat? It's so sick. Which is funny because I love the lore and the story for Control, but I do not enjoy the gameplay that much. Like, the main weapon you use for that game, I just did not find entertaining or interesting after like once you get to like 13, 14 hours of using that gun, I just got so bored of it. I love Control. Oh, no, it's a really good game. It's just I got bored of using that same weapon. So already the gameplay changes for this are already more engaging to me personally for my tastes.
Can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
I love it. Oh, yes. A little perfect dodge. I did not expect them to go this route. Especially for how bare bones Alan Wake 2 was in terms of gameplay, of like a stripped back Resident Evil. For them to go full action game is crazy.
Half human, half angel. They call you sin. I call you salvation.
Yeah, I'm excited. That was a good trailer. That was really good gameplay. Oh my god. Oh my god, making him use his own sword is crazy. Well, there will be violence. Is this a nice little co-op game? Crimson Moon, coming 2026. You know, that seems like a fun little game. You and your bro get together, or your partner, and you just beat the crap out of some bad guys, you know? Some demons. That was a certified banger for Crimson Moon. Yeah, it looked like what it was advertising. They said, listen, just get you and your homie together. Just start whooping ass. Oh my god, it's so Sekiro, it hurts. The grapple, the parry. Sekiro needs to, From Software, they just start paying child support to some of these developers the way they've been doing. I will not play the game, but I will bang my head. Yeah. Ooh. Beast of Reincarnation. August 4th. It's hard for me to say no to a game that has a dog and a parry mechanic. I can't really say no. But yeah, the animations look good, the takedowns look good. I can dig it.
Original PlayStation, and it introduced the world to an iconic character. Today, Ubisoft and Digital Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th anniversary.
I got my chat. My heart dropped to my stomach. I forgot the 30-year anniversary for Final Fantasy VII is next year. I was like, wait.
Accessibility options. Discover the story behind
Okay.
development. Long-lost player
I was like, oh, the dreams, they do come true.
Documentary packed with unseen design documents and never before heard insights from the original creators.
Et à un moment, c'est Sony qui arrive en disant bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally starting tomorrow, while physical editions will be available June 26th.
PlayStation has definitely been on the wave of remastering old games for a while now, especially when you look at things like their whole entire initiative with bringing PlayStation 1 games, PlayStation 2 games over onto the PlayStation services. However, this is, I don't know how much of this anymore is just doing it for the sake of like a cash grab as compared to like gauging interest into what series they might need to look back into reaching into. Because again, Jim Ryan is no longer the head of PlayStation anymore. So they may be shifting away from the whole entire live service bullcrap that was just diluting all of their studios and cost so many jobs and so much money. Yeah.
Tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met.
Oh, Taylor wanted to play this game, the first Neva. I gotta get that for her, chat.
The blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations. Neva Prologue launches February 19th.
Oh wow, that's soon. It's such a beautiful art style, and Taylor's always been wanting to play that first game.
Games and acquire a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
Oh really? Is this like a branch of some ex Konami devs and all that? That sounds awesome, right? This is giving multiplayer lives. Oh no, never mind. I lied. Top-down stealth. What? Well, he's not gonna be in the sequel. Oh no, evil demon monkey! That was in engine because they weren't running along the ground, they were like sliding on top of it. Okay. I'm intrigued. I wish I knew what it was. Oh. Oh. You see, you show the picture of that creature to any D&D player, they're like, but can we romance them? See, Joe, I knew it. I knew it. I did. Oh, well. Well, maybe they, maybe we need to hear them out. We, you know? Oh. Should killing colonizers? What's happening? Some imperial looking armor. What was that? Oh my. Oh. Is that a rooster? What? What the hell? What? Is this like a Dynasty Warriors? Holy bitrate, Batman. What's the name of that chicken Oh, now I'll say I'll do it, Claire. Oh my god. Is this related to Wulong? Black Myth Wukong? Has that similar Unreal Engine 5 look to it. Foghorn, Leghorn, exactly. Now I say, and I do declare, parry this, you filthy casual. Look at that swagger. Oh my. Look at that, the identifiable swagger of a young roostered warrior. What? Oh my god, he's so violent. I don't know, maybe you two should get along. Project Windless. Rooster, I hardly know her. I'm in. You know what? I don't quite understand what I just watched, but I'm in. I'm sold. On the Legends of Foghorn Leghorn International Warrior. Now I upgraded this here blade. I will crush your head. I do not like racing games, but I am tempted by this, let me tell you. I love Star Wars so much. The days of F1 are over. I'm into pod racing now, right? Whoa, he just killed that man. Oh my god, you know this game is going to hit. You know this game is going to hit on. Oh my gosh. You locked in, headphones on. 2026? Listen, I'm in. I'm locked in. I haven't loved a game, a racing game since like Burnout Revenge.
On the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what?
Okay, yeah, this is the 007 game by the Hitman devs. Yeah.
There is a need for such heart and intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason I'm bringing back the 00s.
Need I state the obvious? He is not ready.
James, the service is over.
You're a rare breed, Bond. I should be interested to see what you do next.
009 will employ every manner of subterfuge to avoid capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Or me? Housekeeping, I presume?
You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes.
So you won't do anything stupid?
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Agents have very short life expectancy. And if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you. How does that sound?
When do I start?
Okay. I'm interested. My only problem is they will not show gameplay of this game for more than like little flashes. And I'm concerned that they're like obfuscating because like the performance is like not good or something. Oh my goodness. Johnny with the tier 1 sub.
Content team within third-party portfolio. We evaluate games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the third-party portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners.
Now this is pod racing.
Foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning, taking some amazing franchises that everyone already knew and loved, and injecting them with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't thought of before.
Into 007, but best wishes. I do love myself some 00, I'm not gonna lie.
To mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them.
Miss anything good? I think there's been some good stuff so far. You know, they've shown a sequel to Control looks really good. Whole bunch of remasters for some classic games. It looks really good. And they made the sequel. It's gonna play like Devil May Cry mixed with Gravity Rush. Like it's crazy.
He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate?
I think there is a Fallout New Vegas remaster coming. I don't keep out too much with Bethesda stuff. I'm not the biggest fan.
To accept death.
This is my final mission.
So began the war between Zero and Big Boss.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection. Liquid! Guns of the Patriots!
Guns of the Patriots!
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
From Naked Snake to Big Boss.
Costa
I love David Hayter's deliveries. They're so dramatic.
You must drive them out of our defense.
They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Simply said Jack. Over and over.
He's so extra, right? We are starting to reach the point where I'm like, okay, let's dial it back a little bit on the remasters, just a little bit. These are all nice. These are all nice things that fans will enjoy. Okay, just dial back a little bit. These can be saved for another show. Okay. This is nice, but it could have been an email. What's gonna come in Volume 3? Are they gonna remaster 5? I could see them remastering 5. Final Fantasy 7 Resolve. Also, this Times New Roman font for this remaster announcement is a choice, you know? You know, it's a vibe. I mean, they're calling it the second entry. They very clearly plan to continue remastering more stuff. I don't know if we'll get I highly doubt we'll get a Revengeance remaster because that involves, I believe, having to be in communication with Platinum Games. But we'll see. メタルギアソリッドには高解像度設定を追加し、ご覧のように映像が美しく文字も読みやすくなりました。また、メタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターについてもさらなる高解像度化を実現しております。Even higher resolution. 本日よりアップデート開始となりますので、この機会にぜひ。Oh, thank God they have high resolution. Yeah, they're updating the remaster and the remake that they put out earlier. メタルギアシリーズの始まりの物語、メタルギアソリッドデルタ、スネークイーターも Tight. I'm pretty sure they didn't sell the game again at full price, so that should put the price down to like $20 something or 30 something. I can't recall. Finally, enjoy the next video. What you got for me? Tactical octopus action. I think it was 50. Got it. This is certainly something. I think the thing of why I'm not too like invested into this, because I'm just like, okay, so are we just going to, what are we doing with Metal Gear moving forward? Because the last thing they did was, oh, Castlevania 40th. The last thing they did was the zombie game. Oddworld vibe, agreed. One second, chat. I'm still here.
So now we appeal to you, Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
Okay, chat.
キャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで我々のチームは多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れていただきたいという思いで
New Castlevania?
カードでプレイしていただけるように
I'm in.
配信してきました。また
This genuinely looks like a platformer that could interest me. Platformers and roguelikes I have like trouble staying invested in, but I think this one might be able to do it. I really love the way this game looks.
新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることでキャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないっていう方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。
Like, I loved Hades, but like after like 20 hours, I was like, I just cannot play through this again. I can't. I was like, God, I'm sorry. It's such a good game. I'm tired, Bellis.
You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever.
They didn't have a release date, did they? Did I miss it?
I know this is going to be hard.
2026.
But this time it's different.
Brother, where they got you at, brother? Get out of there. Then we can do until help arrives? Brother, get out of here. Whatever heart this town. What?
But no matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
Konami and Annapurna? Yo. Silent Hill Townfall. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, first person Silent Hill. Interesting, which is what they would have been doing with Kojima. And black protagonist? Okay. I see you, Konami. I'm surprised. I wonder if there's like new leadership over at Konami that actually like give a shit about. All right, stop moaning in my ears. Thank you. That actually give a shit about the franchises and the games they have, because before they were talking about going all in and just pachinko machines and gambling. But I guess there's some new leadership over there that genuinely like cares. And it's like, hey guys, we should still be putting out games. Listen, good. He's over here. I'm like, brother. Inside voices. Jesus.
Ash, come on. Let's begin our journey.
What? This is not how this trailer started. What is?
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
Rev Noir. It's like a Tales of game. It reminds me of a Tales of game in that. A little bit. Speaking of which, I need me another Tales game. Tales of Arise was so good. Oh my god. Nobuki, what's up, brother? I see you out here representing us thick bone brothers. Shout out to my homie. Genshin Persona mashup a little bit. If you want a really good JRPG that does have the similar art style, but it's not a gacha game, Tales of Arise is really good. Tales of Arise was something. I loved Arise. I thought it was a really fun game. I enjoyed it. Listen, I'm a sucker for a story about some hope, gosh darn it. About overthrowing corrupt nations. Chat, if ads are running, they'll be done in a couple minutes, and then they'll be gone for the rest of the hour. This is when we missed Final Fantasy VII. No, they wouldn't. What's this? Is this John Wick? This is John Wick.
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted.
I heard the music. No. Are they finally going to make someone going to make a good John Wick game?
He must be versatile, capable, adaptable.
Ooh. 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 They got the music on point, let me tell you. Oh! I love it.
He must be grounded, stable, constant.
Mr. Wick. That's right, reloading their faces. Reloading them faces. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, that lamp that's in the library, I used to have one of those growing up. It's memories right there.
I believe you are ready, sir.
The Terran Tacticals. The Glock Terran Tacticals. Yeah. Wait, how did I know he was gonna say yeah? Oh my God. How did I know? Oh. Oh my God, it looks good. Interesting. Interesting. How did I know he was going to say, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. Yeah. Stabbed him in the face with a pencil is crazy. Oh my God. I don't care about Marathon, Bungie. It's too late. Shut up, Bungie. We're talking about John Wick. God. I love the world of the Continental. Listen, I saw this be pitched. Someone was like, just take the Continental and put it in Vampire the Masquerade. And it works perfectly. Like the whole entire mechanics of it, the coins, the high table, and just replace it with the Camarilla. And it works perfectly. I was like, oh, right. Bungie lost me after Destiny 1. Yeah, I enjoyed Destiny 1. I did not like Destiny 2. And it's just like, oh my gosh. Oh, that's my house game with my spouse. Nice. But yeah, like, this is an extraction shooter. I don't want it. I don't need it. And they got caught plagiarizing some of their art style and concept art from a digital artist. So it's just like, this game just feels, I don't know, tainted from the jump. I'm just not interested in this. Destiny 1 was half-baked when it was released and you could only get the full story after DLC and hated that. Yeah, and I was locked into the Destiny ecosystem for a while. But when Destiny 2 came out and the base game was buns, I was just like, I don't want to do this for another 10 years. And then by this point, everything that I've played when the game first came out no longer exists. Because they vault content now. It's so silly. Server Slam, March 5th, release date. Get it out of here.
My name is Joe Ziegler, and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today, we're excited to announce our Server Slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms.
That sounds great.
Our Server Slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon.
I just don't care.
and unlock rewards for release on Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation
So happy for them.
to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei.
Whoa!
From everyone here at Bungie, thank you for joining us on this journey. We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
I don't know, like, I want to see them make something more unique or more interesting. Or what if this was like a single player story game? Like, I know they don't want to retread what they've done with Halo, but none of what they're doing lately is interesting to me. You know?
February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months.
What's coming to PlayStation Plus?
Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week.
Oh, that's cool.
Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go!
The Marathon was an older game they'd already made before. They did, and now this is their new version of it as an extraction shooter. So, fun stuff.
How to help you.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February 7th.
Nice.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes 2 fan favorites over the next few months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released.
Ooh, some Tekken.
PlayStation Plus premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
Oh, wrong screen.
The original PlayStation version
It's trying to hit an entirely different button.
to the Classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
Just trying to make your chats bigger on screen. There we go. That should be good enough.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking.
More controller shattering rage. I love it.
Full of challenges, puzzles, and playful discoveries.
Oh, not for me. That's cute. You already know there's going to be like 80 billion viral clips of people playing this game, but you'll never know. You'll never remember what the name of it is, but you'll always see viral clips of it, of people playing it. One of those just those like multiplayer games.
Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
You see,
What is that for you, Arjun? Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe. Oh, Arjun. I know you better than that.
Hey everyone.
oh, there's hype for Soros. That's the problem with this game is that it's just because it's a roguelike. It's hard for it to keep my attention after a certain point in time. Like, and I give every single one of these types of games a try, but I always get bored of it after a certain amount of hours. Like, I played the last game from this, and I played it for like 20 or so hours. But I just get tired of doing the same loop over and over again.
Welcome to the passage. You are not on your own.
I think I'm gonna wait for this game. I want to see what people think when it comes out.
Help you understand the mysteries of
I mean, it seems like if you more of the same of the first one, you know. But it's interesting they got more NPCs this time. Yeah, Returnal, that was the name of it. It was annoying for after a bit. Yeah, I wish I enjoyed Returnal more, but I just couldn't.
your armor's attributes and acquire special perks. With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were.
That would probably help alleviate my interest. That's a big quality of life feature.
Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts
Sick! Calls an eclipse. That can't be good for the solar system and the orbit patterns. Probably not.
We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
April 30. You know, all right, maybe I will reattempt. Maybe I'll try Returnal again and see, maybe. That's what I was thinking during Coral Season 3. Oh. I don't think they're winning.
The air trembles.
Earth.
Mother Earth herself.
Is this Marvel Tokon?
The world may hate us. We still have to see it.
This is Marvel Tokon. I can hear the music. What did I say? It's Marvel, baby! Marvel! Spider-Man was fun when I played him in the beta. He was really fun. Oh, Magic. Okay, Magic's part of the launch roster. And they're showing the English cast too. She kind of tan. Not that she turns Latina in the Ultimate. Okay, Wolverine. I hate that mask. I hate it. His face looks way too wide. But I'm glad Wolverine's in the game. I love how they're like, her devil mode, they just make Magic look dark skinned. Like, wait, what? Wait, what? Where are the horns? Where's the extra stuff? Danger is kind of a deep pull. That's cool. That is the sentient danger room.
We are stronger together.
Oh, love it. I wanted to see more characters. These are good pulls. These are good pulls, though. Which team will assemble next? Listen, give me Daredevil. Okay, give me Daredevil.
We're super stoked to introduce them.
I wish Gambit was in there though.
Unbreakable X-Men into the world.
Really wish Gambit was in there. Oh my god. They give her two horns and tan skin.
So he's literally going to be able to strike through opponents' attacks.
Oh, yes. Those little traps those are like
So as a zoner in this game, she's going to set up so many traps that are
those are like the orbs from Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. What's his name? The ninja guy? I'm completely blanking. 20 character roster. Still kind of small. It's pretty small. August 6th. Okay, comes out in August though. Strider, that's right. I don't know why I was blanking. But it's interesting, they gave Danger those Strider orbs, but she's meant to be playing like a zoner. I really need to play that game again, because the biggest problem I had with it is just, it is not a 4v4 game like it says it is. It is basically a 1v1 game with a little spice. Santa Monica. Boy, have you brought me more games? Boy. Oh, is this God of War remake? Remaster? Oh, these gotta be remasters. Because God of War 1, 2, and 3. This gotta be a remaster collection.
Your son has returned.
Yeah. Uh-huh. God of War Trilogy remake. Oh. Oh.
What's happening? What's happening, people? It is
Oh, TC Carson, okay.
Original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today.
I'm so glad that they're showing him love right now.
Now look, we are happy and excited to finally confirm that the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah, man, I know. Sit down. Now look,
This is great.
project is still in the early stages, so it'll be a minute before we get back to share another update, right? But I'm telling you, next time we come back, we coming with something big, baby. Yeah. And in addition, since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one last surprise. Now,
What you got for me?
this announcement.
What you got for me, brother?
Passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal combat, rewarding exploration, and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before. I'm telling you. That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see what we've got cooking to keep the next 20 years surprising, fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go.
What you got for us? VR? Oh no, don't say that. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Unique. What is it? What? Is this supposed to be like an 8-bit design?
I was a father. Before I was a god. I was a Spartan.
Oh, a side scroller.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision. Press your attack! Don't relent! Never
A young Kratos. Was it Deimos? Kratos and Deimos. It sounds like they brought back they brought back Carson for this game.
Of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction and redemption begins here.
Deimos. I like it. Hey, like I said, this is a little passion project on the side. I like it. 2026. I can dig it. Oh. Oh, it's out today with the stealth drop. Okay. That's cool. Wait, is that it? No! Oh, man. Okay. Oh, that's it. Chat. Nothing big, nothing like groundbreaking, but this is still a really good showcase. I think it was a bit heavy on how many remakes and remasters there were. There's a whole lot of them. But there's still some really good announcements in here. Ah, dang, chat. I was hoping. Oh, I was hoping. I was hoping for that Final Fantasy announcement. All the signs felt like they were pointing towards it, but alas, hey, there's Summer's Games Fest, and yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Square still hasn't discussed, especially what they're going to be doing next with some of their other things that are Final Fantasy related. But I really think when it comes down to it, hey, there's still more events. There's still more events. But that was a good show. That was a good showcase, chat. I'm super excited about the John Wick game. The John Wick game? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. What a presentation. But that was good though. A bunch of, especially too, they didn't fall into the same pitfall with this presentation that they've done in other points in time, where it was just a whole bunch of CGI trailers and then no release dates, or release dates that were like so extremely far away it was absurd. There were some announcements obviously of just like, hey, this is in development, so that's all we can say for right now, but be excited. However, this in general was much better because you still ended up getting a bunch of release dates, a bunch of gameplay, most importantly, and yeah, overall I thought it was pretty good production. The hour flew by. I just realized, I was like, oh wait, we're over? I thought there was gonna be I didn't realize we were already there. You know, chat? You know, God of War remake is going to be so hype. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how far they're going to go with the remake aspect, because there is a version of this where they take the remake and it probably, you know, they update the graphics, they update some of the controls, maybe the camera, textures, all that sort of jazz. But there is a possibility of them taking it a bit further and putting even more love and care into this. It would be pretty interesting. The 2 series are so different, so I'm interested in seeing what they do with it too. Yeah, because this is just them remaking the first 3, and yeah, I'm super happy that they're putting they put TC in the promotional material, and it seems like they brought him back for the discussion, for voicing this current game that just came out today that they stealth dropped, which was a pretty cool announcement. Because before they really were treating him like he didn't exist after they started the new Norse saga. First one's very much like an arcade sort of game compared to the newer ones. Yeah, and I don't think they'll change that with the remake. I think that is far too drastic of a change to go in and turn it into a third person over the shoulder action game. No, they would piss a lot of people off if they did that. As someone who prefers the Norse games to the Greek games, I would not want them to change the arcade gameplay of the originals. That gameplay should remain the same, in my personal opinion, just because of it's they're telling 2 entirely different stories with the gameplay, you know? the Greek games are supposed to be giving you this power fantasy that comes through this, bombastic hack and slash combat. You're jumping and double jumping all over the place with a bunch of magical artifacts. While the third person one for the Norse games, it's over the shoulder. It is focused, it is grounded, and you're playing as a much, much older version of Kratos. So everything has to feel much more deliberate and locked in and claustrophobic. I think if they were to swap those game designs completely, also, which is a bunch of work to do that, that is basically recreating the entire everything from scratch, from how you balance the encounters and how the gameplay would function and everything. Yeah, so much work. So I think narratively and gameplay wise, there's not a lot of incentive to, stay that way in that regard, or to swap it, Oh man, chat. All the signs. I felt like I was reading the tea leaves. Chat. I was like, oh, Final Fantasy announcement. I can feel it. That ended up happening. That is what it is. Like I said, Summer Games Fest would probably be the next best bet. But hey. He would he. All right, chat. This is fun. This was fun. Let's see, what time is it? 6? Chat, I'm probably gonna take a break so I can eat some food, get some grub, have some dinner. But I'll probably end up getting back on. I'm trying to debate, chat. Did we do some Marvel Rivals? Did we do some Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth playthrough? Do we keep that going? Do we play some? What are we doing? What are we doing? What should we get into tonight? I want to play Final Fantasy 14 so bad. I want to get a group of people to play it so bad. But nobody wants to invest part-time job levels of time commitment. Nobody wants to do it. That's what I thought when they said it's still in development, so there's a lot of work to do. Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, there's always going to be a lot of work to do with the remake. Trying to make things from scratcherino. You know? Let's see here. Let's go ahead. Let's see here. Let's see, because we've been starting that. There is Revels. I haven't even touched 2XKO yet. Monster Hunter. Final Fantasy. So much to get into, children. So much to get into. Wait, is that the music for 2XKO? Nice. Lot to play, lot to play. I wonder how much they're selling that that game that just came out for. But I don't know. I don't think they've even updated the PlayStation Store yet. Requiem drops this month. And a lot of what they announced drops very soon. So that's always good. Always good. Interesting. Guess it's not showing up just yet. Probably have to search around for it a bit more. You know, chat, you know. All right, chat. Let's see here. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we can figure out what we're gonna do next. What's gonna happen next? All right, chat. I'll be back in a bit, probably like 10-15 or so. Thanks for everyone who's shown up for this stream. This has been a blast. Absolutely, it's an absolute blast. But I might have to see if I can get the rival squad on. I don't know if the new character's out yet. Actually, let me check that. I get. Let me just take this one thing really quickly. Just want to see. I just want to see something. I think she's still in pre-release. Yeah, no, she's not out yet, so I think she drops tomorrow then. Got it. Nice. Alright, chat. We shall return and then we'll figure out something to play. We'll figure out something. You know what I mean? Alright, chat. Woo.
So what? Calm down before it's too late to stop. Trying to front like you was kings of the block. Step too close, kid, you might get shot. Only one master is going straight to the top. One false move, your whole game get flop. Only one master is going straight to the top.
Welcome to the world of Street Fighter 3. Prepare for battle.
One box to leave you messed up and fractured. Block these uppercuts, they may leave you captured. May the best fighter win and win again. Battle to the top until his life ends. But if his life ends and he starts to decay, may one of his street soldiers avenge things. See you talking to the game, couldn't be talking to me. I got enough to beat and more soldiers to bury. You know it just clicked in and made you realize this game is twice as hard. You see that with your own eyes. You're on the way to choose your type of life, cause you gotta. I tell you from now, which fighter will be the hotter. I don't think you want this one, just practice. Just challenge me when you're ready with your tactics. High punch, the spin kicks, watch your back split. I see you in the air when I make you back flip. Select to make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Choose and pick the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Select to make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Choose and pick the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Select to make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Choose and pick the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Select to make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Chat room. Chat room. All right, chat. Food has been ordered and is en route. The food shall arrive. All right, we got a few options tonight, Trent. We got a few options. Let's see here. So we can continue with our lore run playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. There's also a few videos, actually, some lore videos I wanted to react to as well. Just sit here for hours and watch. Just sit here for hours and watch lore videos on YouTube. Obviously, the most appropriate amount of way to spend your time. At least want to check in on my Final Fantasy 14 account, though. Real quick as we try to decide. Let me swap the stream to just chatting. No. Old Dragon Dan. That's right. I forgot about Catboy. A Catboy Dark Knight. You love to see it. You love to see it. What am I wearing? What am I wearing? Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What is this? Okay. Much and more has happened in Eorzea while you were away to help those such as yourself reacclimate to the ever-changing realm. The 12 have prepared a most generous boon, the Returner's Bounty. Accepting this divine aid will provide you with the tools required to make that quick return to form, including experience bonuses for partying with mentors, as well as full access to the Novice Network, a chat. All right, honey, see you in a bit. Love you. Huh? The including experiences from partying with members, as well as full access to the Novice Network, a chat channel dedicated to lending, a helping, and sure, I will. Sure. Give me... Whoa, where was I sitting? We're just sitting in that corner for forever? Dog, I don't even remember what we were working on. What the hell am I wearing? What is this? This is not chic. What is this? Glamour plate. Oh, whoops. Dang, I really was struggling with that. Whoops. That's crazy. What was past me thinking when it came to fashion? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, everyone's tripped out. While you were away. What the hell? Where's that? Where's that? Okay, I mean, Chad, we could play a little. It's a little. I mean, what's a little Final Fantasy? Right? I mean, what's a little Final Fantasy 14? What's a little Final Fantasy 14? You know? You know, amongst friends. I've missed it, like the embrace of a lover. Let's see here. Oh, joy. I don't remember how to play this character. While you were away. What's up, Thancred? What's up, G? What's poppin' pimpin'? There you are. Have you heard the news? In broad strokes from Admiral what happened? Kryl and a squadron of resistance fighters were escorting Schulte and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment when they were ambushed by Imperial forces. Arnvald and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos, I will make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Not be so hard on yourself. You protected Schulte and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we had reached the Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. The advantage of having a walker in the field. I'm not as strong in the Echo as Dragoon is, of course. Half the time, it's enough to knock me on my ass. Like I've taken a dose of concentrated ether. So you walked in... Jesus, returning to all these names I don't remember. Ferdola's memories, what did you see? A woman promised the world education, training, citizenship. All that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people, a pretender to her masters. Oh my. It was Xenos himself that gave the order. Told her to return with Kryl Baldesion? Okay, alive. Our agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since their attack, but have yet to intercept any transmissions making reference to Kryl or her current whereabouts. If their orders were to bring Kryl back alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past enemy lines and see what information I can uncover on my own. In the meantime, it is up to you and our allies to command the Imperial's undivided attention. Lots of shouting and explosions and so forth. Keep them distracted and I will find her. Very well. I wish I could do more to aid you, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the castrum as we speak for a meeting with General Alden. If you hurry, you could find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. Sounds good. I think Dragoon and I are going to go and see Conrad like he suggested. You all wait here. Sure. Whoa. Oh, he's got that class I want. He's all sick. Out here doing sword shit. What's my mount in this area? Oh, is this a bird? Oh! I forgot about this thing. What is this? How do I... Oh, wait, I don't think I can fly in this area, can I? No, I can't. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I can't fly. Well, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? It fills my heart with joy to see you two hale and healthy. Welcome home, Least Dragoon. I am sure you've heard about Kryl by now. Did not mean to press that button. I have no doubt that you will. You look stronger for your time in the Far East, lass, and that's good news for Kryl. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How is everything with you and the Resistance? Better when you last saw us, and no mistake. Arnvald's been a godsend. Him and Monago and all the other Longbloods have achieved so much in such a short time. We've been blessed to receive the support of the Flames, a la Magna Brigade, who've been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labor camps throughout. Oh my god. I don't remember any of these places. As well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with the refugees returning from Ul'dah and elsewhere, we've seen no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join the cause. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting, even after what happened at the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose, though we've come a long way. We still have far to go, but we'll fight for every elm, and sooner or later, we'll get to Alamigo. Is this from Stormblood? I can't tell if this is supposed to be part of the coming back thing or Stormblood. But listen to me prattling on when we should be making haste to Castrum Oriens. There's no point you telling me everything now when you only have to say it all again for the Flame General's benefit. Got it. Okay, so let me check these adventures here. Duty Finder. Or key items. No, there should be a place for quest. Journal. Oops, Benzo. Oh yeah, this is main quest stuff. Yeah, this is MSQ type B. I thought this had to do with catching up. Mm-hmm. We shall take those. Sorry, my dog is barking at the door. Hold on, let me see something here. I don't think I missed anything wild in the latest update.
Hey Buns, it's been a minute.
Okay, I need to figure out what I actually missed in this game. I need to know what has been going on.
haven't posted an FF14 video on this channel in quite some time. And my poor bunny, Warrior of Light, is probably wondering where I am. He's probably taking a long nap in an inn somewhere, hibernating. Back in October, I did tweet out that, people asked me if I'd quit FF14, and I never saw it that way. For me, it's been a long break. I've just been waiting, looking at the news for patch 7.4.
Okay.
Which is due to release on December 16th, Tuesday, very soon. I think the kitchen is officially open. The winds of change are blowing, and for the first time in a while, I am feeling the genuine itch to log into FF14. I want to talk about why patch 7.4 might be the start of the good stuff a lot of us have been waiting for. So I was scrolling through the special site, seeing what the vibe is for the story for 0.4, and the first thing I read is the machination. I laugh so much. That song started playing in my head immediately. Why would they do this to me? It's machination.
Don't care about the story stuff.
My backlog. This is actually a new problem for me in FF14, and I have to admit, I'm a little bit intimidated. I think I played 7.1. Don't want to miss it. I think the real story is less about plot threads and more about plot threads. The narrative might unravel, but my
Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. I have to click on another video to figure out what it is. I think it's only quality of life changes that I missed in this latest patch.
The mist for Final Fantasy XIV Online is packed with a lot of quality.
She had so many puns.
Some of them small and some of them much larger. And today we're going to go through the majority of those, from cosmic exploration tweaks to deep dungeon safety nets and crafting, gathering, glamour improvements, the whole lot. So first of all, the general and sort of world quality of life. Starting with the general improvements, then, this has to be mentioned first of all. A long overdue system is the repair all option. Traditionally, what you would have to do if you were going to repair stuff either yourself or at a vendor, you would have to repair things individually via a drop down. So you could click on your armory chest, for example, and repair all the items in there, your inventory, etc., etc. Now you can just press a simple button and it will repair everything from every single slot that you have on your character, which is pretty cool. So no more clicking through individual gear slots. This has to be one of the best quality of life changes they've ever made, and definitely makes the list of some of the best ever made in the game. You can now also teleport directly to Phantom Village if you're doing your relic weapons or you want to go to a Court Crescent from Tulialal. We have mentioned this before, but it's worth noting this quality of life change. As long as you've unlocked all of the Ethernet shards in Tulialal, this one will also unlock if you've been to the Phantom Village before, meaning that it's quicker to get there rather than having to go to the dockside and then teleporting there via an NPC. There are new Aetherytes on the Moon and Faena, with plans to unlock them on the new planet Oises, releasing on the 6th of January as part of patch 7.41, as part of that upgrade process, meaning that travel around those places, doing your various missions.
Got it.
Rather
This is all about a location I will not see for like 1,000 hours.
Star completions. This gives you rewards. So 2 golds will give you 5% rewards, 3 golds 10%, 4 golds 15%, 5 golds 20%, and Superstar, which is 6 golds in a row, will give you a 30% net of rewards. This will reset once you've reached that Superstar. This applies to Class A or higher Stellar missions and provisional missions as well. You'll also get a message when a Stellar mission requires expert recipes now, so no more surprise failures, and an exclamation mark icon will appear over Aelrot, the NPC, when a mech op directive is active. Additionally, during red alerts, you can now talk to Lef Lader, an NPC in Sennisodorum, to warp directly to mission sites, so no more walking around on the moon. Additionally, announcements have been added before and during red alerts, and you'll now be notified of initiative progress when entering a cosmic exploration area, which you can toggle on or off in the Exo tablet settings if you would rather not have that pop up every time you go there. The Exo tablet itself has been expanded in preparation for the new artifact search feature coming on the 6th of January in patch 7.41, along with the updated explanation.
Okay, I don't think there's
something that was added
I think that's mostly it. Just a big repair thing, and I think the glamour change.
Will repair everything from every single
weapons,
or you want to go to a core win. Trial synthesis now lets you set starting quality and condition to always normal. Should have been in the game years ago. I don't understand why this was a limitation, but now at least, whilst you're walking around between places, especially on the moon or other planets for cosmic exploration, you might be wanting to swap your bait. Having to actually dismount to change bait was weird, and effectively they fixed that. Items have been added to that outfit tag system, so clarity, as you can see on this image from the patch notes. And obviously Glamour had a huge quality of life update to this patch. We won't go into too much. The unrestricted Glamour system is obviously massive, and you probably already know that. I've talked about it quite a bit.
That's right, it's unrestricted Glamour now.
Store partial outfit sets in the Glamour dresser instead of needing every piece, which is especially useful if you don't want to have to go and collect a full set of an outfit to store it as one piece. And you only store 2 or 3 pieces, which is especially good. More items have been added to that outfit tag system, so if you're wondering if there's something in your Glamour dresser that should be stored as an outfit instead, there's now a filter at the top, this button here, to show which stored items can be converted into outfits. So this is nice quality of life to sort of shore up some more space in your Glamour dresser, because we're not going to get the Glamour dresser increase beyond 800 slots until way after 7.5 by the looks of things.
God it. What just happened? YouTube?
Patch 7.4 into the filter at the top, this button here, to show which stored items can to always normal, and the window also
weird. Okay. Crapped out there. Interesting. Jesus, there's so many people on the server. Oh my god, there's so many people playing. This new patch must have really brought people back like crazy, because I do not remember there being this many people playing. Especially on this server. What is everyone doing over here? Oh my god. Crazy. Okay. I guess I should take a look at the glamour. Oh, that's crazy. It really is everything. That's sick. I could make myself a little cowboy. A little rootin'est tootin'est cowboy. Oh, being able to have everything is crazy. Oh, that doesn't fit my race. Sounds crazy to say out loud. Hey, but those gloves fit though. I can be a cowboy with a great sword. That's hilarious. Hide that, man. Keep looking at that. Dang, this opens up the fashion like crazy. Although I've been throwing away so much stuff that wasn't for Dark Knight. Because I never thought it would come into handy. Cowboy with samurai bottoms is crazy. It's diabolical work that I just cannot support. Do I have a normal pair of pants in here? Okay, I guess these are the only normal pair of pants. How do I turn this? Oh. That's cool. Oh, those cowboy boots go crazy. They go crazy. These pants are so ridiculously tight. What else do we have for upper body stuff? Ooh, that gun blade. It's a gun blade outfit, right? That does look pretty sick. That does look pretty sick. What's this one? I don't know why I don't remember that sword. I get that sword. Oh, I've got to go get some more outfits, dude. It's not even an option anymore. I kind of rock with the baggy fit, though. Low key. Low key, though. We might be onto something here. This changes the game, chat. This changes the game. Being able to pick whatever. Oh my god, his legs are so skinny. Jesus. Nah, this man's gotta have baggier pants. If the boots are gonna be that big, we gotta have baggier pants. Yeah. Yeah, those boots are just too big. Looks like a clown. Oh my god, I can't see anything. That is like the most inconvenient place for them to have that menu pop up. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. For better or for worse, I think we're onto something. For better or for worse. All right. First new outfit with the transmog, the new updated transmog. Cool. That's pretty sick. I mean, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. Yeah, let me throw the hat on that. Let me throw the hat on that for the one time. Sheesh, I can dig it. That's so sick. I see why so many people are now back on the server because of this update. That's great. Ma'am, where you close it? Where you close it? Now, is she the one who repairs? No, she doesn't repair stuff. That's a weapon. No, it's not that person. One of these people in here repairs clothing. I think it's her. Repair all inventories. Incredible. That's such a great change. Now I don't have to worry about getting, trying to put something in there at first and then I can't. Whoa, what is that dude wearing? I always see people with infinitely cooler stuff. Okay, so I gotta go back over there for the story. Almost 1,000 gold pieces for the teleporters. It's diabolical. Highway robbery even. Highway robbery. Much to discuss. We're pretty in there, man. Pretty in there on this story. There you are, and there is Commander Kemp. I see. I know you are eager to speak of your next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us of your deeds in Doma. Ah, damn, it's one of these missions where it's like, brother, we know the story. These are those missions where everyone has to sit around and talk about what just happened in the last mission. Is this voiced?
Pray, join me.
Oh, it's voiced, thank God.
Allies, but recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Very well. Allow me.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
A swift advance seems best for all concerned, not least poor Mistress Kryl.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamigan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Valadina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks.
I fear that with this update, I'm never taking off this cowboy hat.
Rolga's beacon. For as Rolga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
Oh, this person no longer voiced. The success of this operation is paramount so long as the Empire holds Castellum Valadina. Xenos knows this, which is why he has ordered for Dola and her men to see the bridge's defense. So we'll get to fight the skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She is decisive, ruthless, and feared by foes and friends alike. But we have a plan to defeat her. First, we send an alliance force down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces to prepare for an protracted battle. Got it. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see you show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. For Dola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of their garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure, but what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Villadina, Commander Kemp. All I need is for you to fly your flag from its tower. You mean trick them into believing that the bridge has fallen? We convince them Villadina is lost, hit them hard with our reinforcements, and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust has settled, we regroup at the castellum. What say you? It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. In that case, we should support both the Resistance and the Alliance fighters. Drew and Lise are involved. I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Alice and I will remain with the Flame General, who will return to Ralger's Reach and make our preparations. As soon as they are complete, we will join you in the field. Godspeed. Okay. Oh, I think she's gonna cast one tonight. Ah. My controller has stick drift and he keeps going to the left. That's hilarious. Wiley is so excited to get his little scritches, his little butt pats. Little butt pats. I know. Love you too, bub. All right, chat. I need to eat some food. So I think I'm gonna switch it to just chatting for now, and we'll have some videos. Watch some videos. Meantime. Let's see here. There actually are a few videos I've been meaning to watch. Some Final Fantasy lore videos. Lore videos. There's one. It was like FF7. I think it was. FF7 video essay. Let me try. Let me see. You just cover the dog in pillows. I love it. Yeah, that's fine. Well, you too. Oh, where is this video? There's a lady who made a video I'm gonna need to watch. I don't think I saved it for later. I feel like a dumbass. so weird. I can't find that video. The hell? I guess I can't find the video. Because it's not a part of my recommended. It's been so long.
But I am going to ask you.
It is what it is. All right, Chip. Little bit of a theory video. This will more than likely contain spoilers for Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You have been warned. I wanted to check out this theory video for a while, actually. About, has Sephiroth fooled us again? And this theory that this is actually a redemption story for Sephiroth, which I've been kind of interested in because I've always said that I think that Sephiroth has been like the true hidden protagonist of the remake trilogy because he is the one actively putting this story into motion. And he seems so different than his counterpart that is at the end of the game. That's at the 7 seconds to the end at the edge of the universe. So I kind of wanted to dive in on this a little bit. Just a wee bit. Probably won't end up watching the whole thing. But I just wanted to watch a little bit of it while we get a little taste of it.
I've failed again, I see. Sorrow.
This is by Steed here on YouTube. Make sure support the video.
Fill your hollow heart with rage. Let it engulf you. Consume you, that you may burn your world to the ground. Is what you're feeling even real? It's time you stopped pretending. All those lives cut short at your hand. There's still so much to be done were the planet to die. So many things would be lost, and I would be loath to live in such a world. The reunion is nothing to fear. Cloud, allow me to redeem myself. Lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
In a trilogy defined by a level of mystery that has not been witnessed before, one specific problem sits at the heart of almost every attempt to figure out where the story is going: the Sephiroth dilemma. No matter what camp you belong to, it all starts and inevitably ends with this. Why are there different versions of him, and what is his ultimate goal? A big question mark not only for those who have come to believe in his upcoming redemption, but even those who argue against it. No matter where we stand, we seemingly can't make sense of his actions and how paradoxical they are to what he says. Some perspectives have used this Sephiroth duality as the main driver behind the premise that this is a story that has become aware of how it ends, and has given itself the possibility to end differently. And if you already know this channel, this might come as a surprise, but yes, I agree that Sephiroth's motivations are probably the biggest hint that something's off. The problem, however, is not whether something's off, rather, what is it that is off, and where is it leading to? Is this existence of multiple Sephiroth motivations within the story leading to a remake of the ending or a simpler recontextualization? And by the way, if this word was a bit more marketable, it would have been one of my favorite picks for the long-awaited Part 3 title. But don't worry, I do have one for you, and you'll know it when you hear it. The Sephiroth dilemma is actually more relevant to what is supposed to come after this trilogy, the Final Fantasy VII movie sequel, Advent Children, rather than the remake itself. And the question we're about to ask is something that we could have asked right when we watched the movie for the first time. How the hell does Sephiroth even come back after he is defeated in Final Fantasy VII? In fact, what is the mechanism by which he keeps coming back? And why does he seem even more obsessed with Cloud once he does? The inevitable dilemma that the remake trilogy has brought us to face is the following. If the story is still leading to the same place with Sephiroth's defeat, then...
That's another thing that to touch on. I have been replaying the original Final Fantasy VII. I've been replaying that on my Switch. And yeah, it is one of the things that I forget until I go back and replay it. But Sephiroth doesn't even know who Cloud is for a majority of the story. Like, Cloud is so irrelevant to Sephiroth in the OG until he realizes that he can be used as a tool later on in the story. But before then, he doesn't even care about Cloud. Right? Or Genova or Sephiroth doesn't care about Cloud. But in the remake, their relationship has been intrinsically changed by the simple fact that this is Sephiroth from Advent Children. Right? Or post-Advent Children. So he has the knowledge of their relationship and has been defeated by Cloud multiple times now and understands the gravity of their connection that previously wasn't understood prior.
How does Advent Children, where Sephiroth appears once again, follow the same continuity? Not only that, but Remake has an additional mandatory question to answer of its own. If Sephiroth's fate is exactly the same as before, why is the story portraying him as someone who is aware of what will happen? And why go the extra mile and release a prequel that shows him in a clear moment of reflection, directly tying into the remake plot? Sephiroth standing at the edge of creation. The challenge with the dilemma isn't the lack of possible outcomes. There are two of them to be precise. At the end of this story, Sephiroth will either be defeated for good, or he won't. But as it stands, neither satisfies all necessary conditions. In true Final Fantasy VII fashion, we're presented with two choices, but neither looks like the right one. Helping heal Cloud or stopping Biggs. Protecting Glenn or Rosen. Saving Aerith or letting her go. A universe with Genova's figure looming in the background, or an alternate path hinging on us trusting Sephiroth. Do you see the trend here? These conundrums are scattered everywhere in the story, and there always seems to be an additional wildcard choice coming out of nowhere, just like the vendors in Cloud and Aerith State in Sector 5, making us realize that our initial decision did not matter as much as we thought, because we were not shown all the options, and especially not the one which the vendor or the story wanted to put forward. For one of these Sephiroth dilemma choices to be the right one, it will have to achieve the seemingly impossible task of answering these questions in a satisfying way. If he is defeated again but returns 2 years later in Advent Children, what was the point in portraying him differently and giving him this dichotomy, implying a change in his arc? And if he does not return in Advent Children, then it's a classic time travel paradox. How does he become aware of his own subsequent defeat in the movie sequel, allowing him to go back in time and summon memories from that same movie which should not exist anymore now that he has been defeated? This is not even talking about the thematic implications of bringing such a mechanic to Final Fantasy VII.
Well, it's important to keep in mind too that this isn't a time travel story with the remake. This is like people playing in the same pond, right? All these things where they hint at the possibility of a multiverse and hint at all these possible things of different timelines. All these are red herrings because all this still exists within the live stream. And at the end of the day, everything is still being folded into one singular story while still acknowledging everything that's happened in the past, which is the point of this being the end of the compilation series for FF7, you know?
So what I want to show you today is a possible third choice, which we might not have been presented with before, and which could satisfy both conditions, setting up Sephiroth's return in Advent Children, while making sense of why there are two Sephiroths to begin with. And where we're starting is exactly that. The many Sephiroths acting against one another, a key addition to the new remake story. Or is it? The only way we can understand Sephiroth's true intentions, what each version of him means and where his arc is going, simply by looking at everything the story throws at us. His past, words, actions, and more importantly, his evolving characterization. So, I'm sorry to say this, but you will have to bear with me as we dive into his past and buy into what Square Enix told us in 2023 when releasing the FF7 prequel featuring his backstory, the claim that we still did not know Sephiroth. Now, Final Fantasy VII at the time of making this video is a 29-year-old story with many entries that have helped expand the lore around the universe and portray characters in more detail.
Oh god, I'm 29. I'm about to be 29 in next month.
Typical terrifying villain, as we had limited knowledge about him. Advent Children doubled down on that. It made it seem that Sephiroth had even less humanity than before, and that he was now particularly obsessed with Cloud, a small departure from the real Sephiroth in the original game. Crisis Core added a bit more nuance. It showed us his bonds with Angeal and Genesis, and gave us a much better portrayal of the Nibelheim events. When he lost his mind, he was still in control though, and closer to what we remembered him as in the original game. Crisis Core portrayed the picture of a special soldier who tragically becomes a villain but still a heartless one at that. So it is no surprise that when Remake released, there was some backlash over how much we're seeing him compared to the original story that made him the Sephiroth in our minds. While I empathize with this view, I think that the expanded lore in Remake, and especially the first soldier, did a great job in giving us more context about him without necessarily taking out the madness. I understand that people simply wanted him to be as terrifying as in the original game. He did not even appear in the Midgar segment and was hailed as this ultra-powerful soldier who somehow found a way to be back from the dead. And there is the Nibelheim incident flashback, where his portrayal is much darker and mysterious in the original game. So I wouldn't have had any issues with them sticking to the same way of doing it, and I think it's valid points raised by the players, but I also empathize with the very sensitive task that the developers had while writing his character for Remake. From the get-go, they set out to portray characters in more detail, and it clearly shows on everyone we play as or interact with. So treating Sephiroth differently could have brought a bit of a disconnect here. They had to at least consider improving his character. And of course, there was no chance that Sephiroth was only going to appear in Part 2. The problem with giving more layers to a villain is that it's an extremely fine line to thread, because you don't want to make them too relatable and take away from their mystique, but you don't want to keep portraying them over and over again the same way as a soulless monster, for example. Yoshinori Kitase himself spoke about this a couple of years ago. When answering why Sephiroth appears much earlier in Remake, he said the following: "There are two main reasons. Firstly, the way we handled Sephiroth in the original Final Fantasy VII was to hide him, hold him back. We wanted to build him up as this really big, powerful character in people's minds. By only referring to him indirectly, it created this feeling of fear and oppression. So when he makes his first appearance, it's a big deal. But for the remake, that doesn't work so well, partly because everybody knows who Sephiroth is." we didn't think it would be as effective to have him held back until later on in the story. Secondly, Sephiroth is this massively overarching presence that looms over the whole Final Fantasy VII saga. We wanted to make sure that aspect of him...
Listen, I got some hibachi. Listen, I got hibachi and we're watching lore videos. Listen, okay? We're living the good life on this stream, all right? We're having a good time on this one. Final Fantasy VII lore videos and conspiracy, like theory videos, and some good old fashioned steak and chicken hibachi.
That's why we have introduced him much earlier in the story now.
I hope you're doing well, though, Dad.
His words also stand out here and directly relate to the fact that narratively, Remake has two almost distinct layers. The first one is the main story, which is simply the retelling of Final Fantasy VII as is. And the second one is what I would call the player's story, which is a meta conversation that the devs are having with those of us who have played the original game. This combination creeps in a lot of scenes, and is especially prominent in big moments that we as players have expectations about. The biggest example to date being the Forgotten Capital. There is an awareness on the game's part that we want to see how this play out, and this message is disguised within the story that the characters themselves are experiencing. The characters don't know that we exist, well, at least for now, but the writers do, and they are making us a part of it. And this is how I understand Kitas' quotes about Sephiroth being a very well-known figure at this point. The game knows that we know that Sephiroth should be terrifying, so it speaks to that and offers something additional. Now, we're talking about the intention here, not whether everyone liked it. I don't think there would have been any major risks again if they simply stuck with a similar portrayal to the original. But that can be said about the whole project. If this remake taught us anything, it is that these writers don't think about how risky a change is, but rather whether it adds something to the Final Fantasy VII story and how we experience it.
And that's such a huge point. Like, one of the like, it's so frustrating hearing feedback or criticism about the remake trilogy where people are just like, oh, they're doing it as a cash grab and they're just making this stuff up as they go along. If they were making this as a cash grab, this would just be a one-for-one remake of the original Final Fantasy VII. And hardly updating anything. But there is so much painstaking love and detail poured into expanding every single nook and cranny of this universe. Like, going through and replaying the original Final Fantasy VII, you were only in Midgar for like 2, maybe 3 hours. And they were able to turn that into a comprehensive and like emotionally impactful and invest like in something you can invest in as a 30-something hour experience, you know? And you have to keep in mind when it comes to the remake trilogy, this is almost the same exact dev team that worked on the original almost 30 years ago, right? This dev team that's here, from Kitase to Kojima, not Kojima, Jesus, to Tetsuya Nomura, all these people who are involved with this project have been involved since the very beginning. So anything that they're doing, it's not to chase trends. It's because, you know, like it or not, this is something that's interesting to them, that they want to try, that they think in the long run will be more satisfying to fans, you know?
A couple of decades later. And that's why we all knew that it was no coincidence that the Sephiroth prequel was released 6 months before Rebirth. This was clearly intentional, and the devs wanted us to get this information about Sephiroth's past. In fact, the connection is so relevant that among the new FF7 related releases since 2020, one of the major additions to the remake, Loyal Little Stamp, was only referenced in the first Soldier. That's right, Crisis Core Reunion was released in December 2022, and despite being confirmed as relevant to both FF7 OG and Remake by the devs themselves, it still did not feature a single stamp reference, at least not that we know of so far. We can brush that aside with the fact that it was more of a remaster of the 2007 version, but suspiciously, many of the posters that we see in FF7 Remake were purposefully added to Midgar in Crisis Core, except the biggest and most important one story-wise. And mind you, it is not a matter of the stamp propaganda being created after Crisis Core in story either, because it's confirmed that it was created during the war, and because we see it in a game that takes place 15 years before. Anyway, this stamp distinction between the First Soldier and Crisis Core Reunion might actually be a hint on the nature of these entries and how they relate to each other, but that's a topic for another day. The First Soldier starts out as Glenn's story initially, before Sephiroth takes control, and there were no questions from the moment he popped up on screen that this was a radically different Sephiroth to the one we knew. Usually FF7 is pretty good at putting something right in your face when it wants you to pay attention to it. We all remember that Terrier stamp poster again at the end of Remake indicating a parallel world. And this was no different, because this white feather was literally in our faces from the very start of Sephiroth's story. So no bonus points to us for guessing what this whole game was going to be about. The First Soldier had a very clear agenda. There is way more to Sephiroth's character than what we knew, and some might argue that it went too far to portray something we've never seen in him before: humanity. On a side note, this will be a Sephiroth-focused summary, so we won't really introduce the world and characters in that game, but if you want to go through the whole thing, I recommend checking out these two channels which regularly cover Ever Crisis content. In his early days, Sephiroth is basically a human grown in a lab with the sole purpose of turning into the perfect weapon for Shinra, which he does. But the complexity is that he actually demonstrates an incredible amount of self-awareness. We already see him sensing the differences between him and the soldier colleagues he's dispatched with to her door, Glenn, Matt, and Lucia. He outright tells them that he is a part of the new soldier project, those whose body has been modified to become stronger, but also that he wasn't a hero like they thought, as his achievements were manufactured. Sephiroth is the most special soldier that Shinra has created because he was injected with Genova cells when he was still in the womb, hence giving him the strength that he displays. But sadly, this isn't the only consequence of that, because Sephiroth being injected in the womb also means that he was literally part human, part Genova. Something that Hojo has not been able to replicate with the same results, with the only semi-successful experiment being Cloud, but much later in the story and under very different circumstances. So knowing this about Sephiroth, the most fascinating part of the beginning of his story is that even considering what he was, he still showed a lot of humanity from his very first interactions with the group. He disrespected them a couple of times, but right away apologized, explaining that he didn't really interact with anyone before, and saying that he just wanted to live a normal life, while recognizing that it was not possible for him. Glenn initially calls him a cyborg, but seeing how much it affects Sephiroth, he apologizes, and the group do their best to welcome him with open arms and show him what human relationships mean. Glenn keeps insisting that Sephiroth can become the hero that Shinra is selling him as, and all of that has a great positive effect on Sephiroth during his time with the Three. But before connecting with this group, the only remotely human connection on Sephiroth's mind was his mother. Hojo had given him this picture and told him that it was his mother and that her name was Genova. But we know that that's a half-truth, of course. While this is indeed his mother, her name is Lucrezia and not Genova. This was literally a plan by Hojo to test his reunion theory, and it worked because Sephiroth showed a great deal of attachment to this picture and a desire to learn more about who he thought was his mother. Right at the end of their mission on the island, the group set out to save Rosen, who Glenn, Matt, and Lucia had become friends with a few days before. This was someone from the enemy who had welcomed them with open arms and was dedicated to his role as the Eye of Rador, alerting others of incoming threats. The trio were feeling bad because they had literally wiped out everyone else except Rosen, but with the island about to disappear into the ocean, they still wanted to save him. And at that point, they had also been saying a lot of good things about him to Sephiroth, which pushed him to insist on joining them. Something they told him was that Rosen and him were the same age, and that prompted him to seek another human connection, seeing how fulfilling the previous one was. The problem was that Rosen wasn't going to leave because he did not want to abandon his mission. Despite hearing that they've killed everyone else on the island, Rosen trusted the trio so much that he did not believe them at first, and it all came down to Sephiroth's attempt to convince him, which somehow ended up with Sephiroth killing him. But before we talk about the meaning of his actions here, Sephiroth had actually lost the necklace with his mother's picture and wasn't able to find it until now, a very important detail. He kills Rosen and this big purple monster appears from the livestream, with Matt wondering, is this the will of the planet? A purple Genova-coded monster appears after a mentally weak protagonist has a big choice to make, feeding off the negative emotions of the moment. Where have we seen that before? The moment this monster is defeated, Sephiroth's necklace with his mother's picture magically reappears. This is the first time of many where the story makes a connection between
I need
emotions and
I need Square Enix to stop putting important lore details behind mobile games. That'd be great. That'd be great, you know?
Nova's ability to appear. At face value, it almost seemed as though he earned a reward for making the choice to kill Rosen by getting his necklace back. Glenn is furious and kicks the necklace away. Sephiroth's despair is very visible. Initially unable to come to terms with what he did, he brings back Rosen's dog, Stamp. Well, not Stamp, but Glenn jokingly calls him Stamp. And he has a 1-star collar. Not suspicious at all. His real name's Rifu, and he goes back to Midgar with the group. Things happen in between, but the short story is that the three, along with Rifu, leave Sephiroth behind, which is half surprising because they were about to be judged, while Sephiroth was going to be earmarked as the hero who saved the day in Rador. Sephiroth doesn't actually like that and wants to defend them, but inevitably ends up being miserable when he sees that the three left him behind. And despite all of this, 10 years later, we are shown again a Sephiroth who has grown a bit more empathetic, reuniting with Glenn, who apologizes about the necklace. Sephiroth had been sent to Mount Tamblin to look for the soldiers who deserted, which included Genesis and Angeal, but Glenn tells Sephiroth to evacuate everyone because Shinra was about to strike the whole place down. So this was the perfect setup from the story for Sephiroth's most human moment yet. His encounter with Glenn, despite the previous disappointment, triggered something in him and gave him the resolve to try to save everyone and to break the cycle of hate using compassion, by his own words. We see a genuine attempt from Sephiroth to care for human lives, and he succeeds in saving everyone despite reaching his physical limits, for once, which leads to this big rewarding moment, Sephiroth getting the plaudits from everyone, being shown love and appreciation for what he just accomplished, including the guy he thought had left him behind 10 years earlier. He finally looked free from Genova's mind torture, or at least that's what we thought, because this exact moment is when his memory is taken back to the biggest choice he made in his first mission, saving Rosen or the others. Sephiroth literally has one of these static glitches, which we have largely come to associate with Cloud's personality and memory splits. And the reason we quickly went over the Rosen sequence initially, stating that Sephiroth just killed him, is because that's what it looked like from the outside, but in truth, it was an impossible choice for him to make. Saving the guy he met a few seconds ago, or the three friends he had bonded with. And he actually shows a lot of compassion towards Rosen and tells him that despite being enemies, they can find a place in their world for him, just like the three did for Sephiroth himself. But Rosen outright refuses and pushes Sephiroth to choose. Now, a defiant Rosen literally taunting Sephiroth to kill him certainly didn't help. But in reality, this was almost a fake choice, because you could argue that Sephiroth did not really have to kill Rosen in order to save the other three. The worst that was gonna happen was that Glenn, Matt, and Lucia weren't going to leave until Rosen accepted, which was not necessarily confirmation that they were ready to die then and there if that didn't happen. And that explains their reaction to seeing Sephiroth kill him. But from his point of view, it was a choice of him versus them. That's when he cast his humanity aside and did what he was created to do: kill the enemy. The Genova instinct inside of him celebrates this by giving him back his necklace, but also safeguards this specific moment to remind 10 years older Sephiroth of his true nature. It establishes the premise that the only choice he has is to tap into his instinct of destruction, because that's what he is: a part human, part alien Shinra weapon. In his most glorious day yet, this moment was used by Genova to remind him, and frankly, the parallels with the internal Genova monologues to Cloud throughout Remake and Rebirth just draw themselves. The first weapon that Genova uses against its hosts is to devoid them of empathy, compassion, and of striving to save people even when it looks impossible, or at the very least, take that choice and twist it in a way which seems righteous but is not in reality. The first part of Sephiroth's story established a lot about him. It started out strong by showing that despite being grown in a lab, he still had humanity in him and was actively seeking connections, be it through the friendships he built, the urge to seek out his mother, or the desire to save the enemy. But it also showed that despite those good intentions, he was never really in control. Glenn, Matt, and Lucia leaving him behind was then cemented as an internal reminder that he will never belong, and that his path, the path of his kind, is different and unique. It showed that even at his most human and pure moments, he will inevitably be reminded of what he is and what should truly matter to him: a Genova puppet. The second part of Sephiroth's story doubled down on this, but used a completely contrasting character in Angeal to show how far away from a normal human Sephiroth is. The core difference between the two was their upbringing. Angeal had a very strong sense of self because he had a great relationship with his parents. He had memories that he could turn to in his moments of weakness. And the irony is that, in his mind, Sephiroth also had what he thought was a mother appearing in his dreams and promising to always be by his side after he saw himself left behind by others, which in turn conditioned him to feel the same towards her: a sense of responsibility and the need to cherish and protect her, but at the expense of his relationship with others. Both Angeal and Sephiroth actually had.
Yeah, I've watched Max do a bunch of these as well. Man, it consumed like 3 days of his stream. Yeah, I love these so much. Yeah, and this is a newer one. This one just came out. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, almost an hour and a half long video. Just diving in on. It's really, really good so far. But yeah, no, see, he has his finger on the pulse with asking the right questions, and has definitely got the right focus on all this. You know, yeah, because this was the first video I watched by him. It was this one talking about how it's not a sequel and how the whole bunch of stuff about the timelines is like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Are we doing good? So the pad posts got to eat them in themselves, one legend to another. Hey. Pad post? Which post? You talk about my post when I went to PAX. Shout out to all the help that you helped get me there, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, because PAX was wild. I'm definitely looking forward to hopefully being able to go back again this year. Yeah, no. Shit. Just trying to see here. So I was checking DMs about anybody who's trying to do some co-gaming tonight. I think everyone's busy today.
These dreams triggered by Genova corrupted spirits in their mission together with the purpose of feeding guilt, but they reacted in completely different ways. Angeal was able to recognize real from fake memories and to snap out of it, retaining control over his emotions and keeping his guard up. Sephiroth, on the other hand, kept feeding back into that isolation with his mother and started believing that this was just who he was. The most striking aspect of his past is once again him recognizing how his upbringing conditioned how he thinks and acts, but what this latter part of the story showed was that he was now growing to accept and embrace it. A few months after what happened in Rador, Sephiroth and Angeal are dispatched to the ruins of Robio, south of Wutai, to find and rescue 4 missing soldiers. 3 are dead, but 1 survived. Her name is Alyssa, and Sephiroth is shell-shocked when he discovers that she literally has the face of his mother, the one he's been having dreams of. What started as a rescue mission turned into Sephiroth seeking out the Masamune sword, which specifically caught his eye after an encounter with the person who created it, Masamune himself, under the command of Genova corrupted spirits in Robio. This results in a series of crazy illusions that the whole party goes through, where they all recognize what's happening but react differently. And we see literal Genova corrupted spirits, giving the photographer that was tagging along knowledge about the history of this area which he has no business knowing. These illusions test their mental strength, especially Sephiroth, but have no impact on his resolve to pursue the sword. He is already cold to everyone since the
One of the cool things of there's like a lot of color theory that goes into Final Fantasy VII, but you have like blue is the color of pure Mako, and then when the minds, consciousness, and souls of beings that have passed on and joined the planet join the Mako, it becomes a live stream that turns green. Yellow is like this in-between influence, like it's not sure what it's supposed to be. And then purple is Genova's influence within the Mako or the live stream that's there. So when you look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and you go to see the Gi, inside of their camp, they have a bunch of shrines to Genova because they've aligned themselves with Genova, thinking that that was going to be a way to secure the black materia, secure the demise, all that sort of stuff. And what you see at those shrines are these purple flames everywhere. They'll shoot out these purple lights that legit just like shoots out like Genova influence towards some of the monsters in the area. And that's essentially the similar thing that you see having going on in this area, where Jenova's influence is seeping within the land. And you have these purple, well, let me find it. These purple lights.
Shocked when he discovers that she literally has the face of but reacts to corrupted spirits, giving the photographer that was tagging along knowledge about the history of this area, which he has no business knowing. These illusions test their mental strength.
Right there in the bottom right corner. You have more of those purple flame lights along with the spirit showing up, which is just another indication of the Jenova influence. And it's so good. It's so good.
Strength, especially Sephiroth, but have no impact on his resolve to pursue the sword. He's already cold to everyone since the start of the mission, especially Angeal, who senses the weakness inside and tries to get through to him. But Sephiroth only grows more distant and starts living in his own illusory world the more the story goes. They have a lot of conversations about how they view the world and how careful they should be in the middle of all these illusions and trials, but Sephiroth grows tired of it and outright tells Angeal that they were raised in different worlds and that they would never see eye to eye, which is very intentional dialogue, because in this cutscene in FF7 Rebirth, as a part of convincing him to join forces in defying destiny, a half-disappointed Sephiroth tells Cloud that they still see the world differently. In a moment summarizing all of this, Angeal snaps out of one of his fake dream memories, wondering what Sephiroth must be going through inside his own head, and whether he's trapped in a nightmare like he himself was. He understands that nothing that he says will reach Sephiroth, just like Sephiroth himself tells Tifa. The contrast between Sephiroth and Angeal grows bigger as they get closer to getting the Masamune, but unfortunately for Sephiroth, he is unable to snap out of it, and the encouragement that he gets from the woman they literally just met and who has the face of his mother certainly does not help. Sephiroth's past is also weaponized by the spirits, which show him and the others illusions of Glenn calling out to him, prompting him to remember how he was left behind. Angeal points out that the spirits are able to latch on dark repressed emotions, but it's still not getting through to Sephiroth despite understanding what is happening when talking to himself. He ends up succeeding in getting the sword, and the spirits, Alyssa and Bachman the photographer, all do an incredible job of celebrating his achievement and calling him a hero, despite the obvious fact that he was playing into what the Jenova corrupted spirits wanted him to do in the first place. But at the heart of this journey, Sephiroth's biggest trial was the choices he was forced to make. A Jenova illusion pops up from the void, with Hojo, the orchestrator of Sephiroth's tragic upbringing, making him choose between saving Matt and Lucia. Sephiroth recognizes that it's an illusion, that his choices don't matter, but is pressed by Hojo to demonstrate good judgment, decisiveness, and to set aside the weakness of indecision. He is forced to make another choice later between Rosen and Glenn, and when asking again why he is even forced to choose, he simply gets the answer that his choices don't matter, and that this is his destiny. In his final choice, the illusion takes Angeal and Alyssa prisoners, but because of his mental strength, Angeal is able to break free, resulting once again in no consequence behind Sephiroth's choice. These three instances show how Jenova keeps appearing by feeding off Sephiroth's past, emotions, and weak sense of self, but they also depict how Sephiroth, despite being well aware of what's happening, is unable to do anything about it and keeps giving in. A demonstration of a character's inability to fight against their own tragic quote-unquote destiny, orchestrated by Big Purple, Jenova-controlled entities, trying to convince the mentally weak link in a group that they should accept their fate and give in to the righteous anger and rage inside of them. Where have we seen that before? And mind you, these parallels don't only draw themselves to Cloud's journey, but to older Sephiroth himself. Right before finding Jenova and losing his mind in Nibelheim, Sephiroth looks out from the window in the hotel and says,
"This landscape, I could swear I've seen it before."
A replica of what he says while pursuing the Masamune in Robio.
Oh, was having issues on Twitch?
Like a genuine memory of a picture that his friends showed him and changed the scenery to match it in order to once more remind him of how he was left behind. And honestly, the level of manipulation in the process is quite insane.
Yeah, we set up on both platforms now.
Character. But at the end of the story, it is revealed that while Sephiroth was seeing the face of his mother in Alyssa, the camera footage captured a
And then
different person.
I should be getting a streaming upgrade this month or early next month. And yeah, so we'll have a full stream going on both sides of YouTube and Twitch, a horizontal and a vertical for YouTube. Be pretty good because quality on YouTube is way better than Twitch.
Contrast to Angeal's strong convictions of hanging on to one's hopes and dreams. At one point, he even claims that by changing oneself, we can change the world around us. The philosophy that Jenova has conditioned Sephiroth to accept throughout the years is that choices don't matter. The future is already decided under the label of destiny, which is possibly the biggest theme of the story we really want to talk about, Final Fantasy VII Remake. But before we get to that, Sephiroth's past up to what we know today, and from other entries like Crisis Core, paints an increasingly perfect Jenova puppet, which I don't think is a surprise at all, right? We have been able to see more layers to that manipulation, but we already knew some of this, which is why I would argue that despite all the hopelessness that Sephiroth demonstrated while being led by the nose and reminded of his own pain and guilt to remain trapped in a world he constructed for himself, the real addition from his backstory is that despite not having any remotely healthy upbringing at all, Sephiroth did have humanity at one point, and dare I say, almost in a naive way when you see his early interactions with Glenn, Matt, and Lucia.
We dual stream in these streets. Yeah, Twitch can be a little silly, Yeah, I'm super glad that that I was able to get everything set up with streaming on YouTube, because since I've basically lost my biggest platform in TikTok, like it's kind of screwed ever since the regime change. I've had to, it's just like, all right, let me just hop on over and switch on over to YouTube. And it's been going really well. I've been really enjoying it. It's a little bit of a hassle to set up at first, but once you get it done initially, it's pretty smooth sailing from there.
He is, after all, biologically part human and part Jenova/alien. And many years and trips inside the live stream later, this distinction makes us wonder if there are indeed two Sephiroths at play in the remake trilogy, a human Sephiroth and a Jenova Sephiroth, representing the dichotomy we saw in his backstory. Vision Sephiroth versus question mark Sephiroth. Or because we have grown obsessed with his pronouns, Ore Sephiroth versus Watashi Sephiroth.
I see a lot of people stop messing with TikTok. I might still be ignorant to the changes.
Quote unquote new distinction.
Introduce my girl and dating red skills. Still hilarious. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the thing with TikTok that we have currently going on is that there was swap in ownership, and with that came like seemingly like massive algorithm changes. A lot of people being censored, a lot of people like were having their views throttled. And some people had it worse with the interfaces. I was one of those people where I couldn't even access any of my monetization information for a while. And I'm pretty sure they undercut me on pay from my TikTok videos from last month, but whatever. But yeah, it's been a mess over there. Like so many people have been jumping ship. Not just for politically why people don't want to support the new regime and ownership over on TikTok, but also it's just as a platform, the user experience is worse. As a content creator, the platform's getting worse. The pay is less than every single other platform. Discoverability is worse. it's diabolical. Like I've been seeing so much more success from swapping over to here on YouTube. For my live streams alone, the viewership has been way better. Granted, not this one, because other people would rather watch, you know, bigger streamers react to the new, the state of play that we watched earlier. And, you know, I mean, people watching FF7 theory videos on, on YouTube, but it is what it is. And I've been enjoying it. It's been a pretty good time. And plus I get to connect with my audience over on YouTube, which is pretty cool because I do not get that opportunity on TikTok when I was streaming on there. It very rarely would recommend my stream to people who actually followed me. It's crazy.
According to the remake Ultimania, cannot be guessed even by those who have played the original game, right? Here is the FF7 Ultimania Omega, released 20 years ago, and it says the following. The change of his, as in Sephiroth's, first-person pronoun from Ore to Watashi is an unquestionable indicator of his transformation. Having acquired even more knowledge from within the live stream.
Yeah, I watch Farming While Beige. Yeah, I watch his content too. And he explained the pay has been horrible even for hitting millions of views, so he started using the pretty promote his business. Pretty Free Farmer. Yeah, I've seen his videos before. I loved his little series that he's been doing about his like daily like road to $1 million. I've been watching that, yeah.
In Rebirth,
and showing his delivery routes and all that.
Typical, I only speak in riddles.
Love his delivery. The chicken coops and this egg is covered in poop. We gotta wash off the eggs.
Is what he plans on using to finally claim his birthright, but he adds that he will also reunite the worlds, reigning into infinity. So far, so good. It's all consistent. His character is portrayed with the same distance to our party and possibly us, the players, in both scenes from the original game and the remake trilogy. And more importantly, Watashi seems to indicate the Sephiroth who has lost his mind and wants to claim his mother's legacy, right? Here is Sephiroth in Nibelheim after losing his mind using the pronoun Ore. And you would think this is new to the remake, because Ultimania Omega says that he talks about himself differently after his transformation, right? Here is OG Sephiroth in Nibelheim after losing his mind using the pronoun Ore instead of Watashi. In fact, in the Rebirth flashback, despite his madness being fully portrayed, the only time he uses Watashi at all is when quoting Professor Gast's words from his book. Well, great.
Something I never considered. Your bitten characters, they've aged up. You guys have new designs. Can't say too much. We're only a few months older, but yeah, we're working on something. We're working on something. We probably won't have it for a while, but we're working on something. We're cooking up something. We're cooking up something. It should be pretty fun.
Because maybe it's simple. This just means that every version of Sephiroth after he dies...
I was going to do some fan art, but I didn't want to get the looks wrong. I think probably for next episode, I'm going to release some sketches that I've done of our characters. We're working on something more official, but that's going to take a while. But I think I'm going to release some of that online so people can get a sense more so of what the characters look like. And so I'll probably drop that on socials so people could see it. But yeah, I'm telling you, you make fan art, you will actually probably get Kelly to cry on stream. You'll probably get most of the cast to cry on stream. Like, it means so much when people even like make a post on Threads about the show.
I'm the only one who knows the truth about you. Maybe Ore doesn't necessarily draw the line between
it will get the cast super emotional.
Who we have seen in his own backstory.
You know, I'm going to, dude, they will lose it. They will lose it.
Is an actual distinct version. Here is Sephiroth at the edge of creation, fighting Cloud and Aerith, and using the pronoun Watashi, while saying to Cloud, "Rage my weak little puppet." I probably made this way too long, but do you see where this is going by now? I don't know how much conviction is still out there about Ore and Watashi creating a distinction between instances of Sephiroth.
And this is, so far, a lot of this is information that I've known so far in the first half of this video, but this is a great summation of years worth of theories and content and ultimanium information presented in a like functional chronological order for people who don't know about all these disparate parts put together. And some of this information is only as new as a couple of months ago. This is very well organized and very well edited video. This is really well done. My idea is to draw all the characters, then like comics, do a bitten version of the characters. Heck yeah. Like they're affected. Yeah. Hold on. I can, I'm trying to think is the best place. Shoot me a DM either on Discord or on Instagram, and I can send you over some of the sketches that I've already done before we get to any of the new ones. But yeah, I can text you over some of the sketches that I have so you can get a sense of what everyone's been looking like.
Don't know how clear we think the distinction is, but the evidence from the dialogue and the different appearances of Sephiroth in Rebirth suggests one of two things. It either doesn't matter at all, which is slightly unlikely because it has been referenced in both Ultimanias of the OG and Remake, or it might have at one point.
Code of discussions. Heck yeah. Yeah, and send me a friend request from you two on there too.
Remake and Rebirth could be a valid hypothesis. And you know what? Despite this pronoun discourse likely not amounting to much, I still firmly believe that there are two versions of Sephiroth at play. His true self, who clearly asked for Cloud's help at the edge of creation, and the avatar that Jenova uses, especially in Remake, which either comes from a recollection, an illusion, or taking the body of one of the Black Robes. The catch is that pronouns and locations alone might not be a strict differentiator between the two versions anymore, and the nuance we need to think about is not whether there are two different Sephiroths, but if there were, what makes them different and how far does it go? Just because we have two versions of him, it wouldn't necessarily mean that one of them has good intentions while the other doesn't. So far, the strongest case we have had about a good Sephiroth relies on the following. 1. His past, which shows a tragic human being who has never been able to break free from Jenova's shackles despite his good intentions, but which sets up a possibly positive resolution to this as he's shown to be reminiscent over his life at the edge of creation. And 2. His dialogue in Remake with Cloud in the same place, which is in a clearly different tone, asking for help in defying destiny and showing a resolve to not erase Cloud or himself. So for a moment, let's give the guy the benefit of the doubt as we wait for the inevitable climax of his arc in Part 3. Here is what the Remake Ultimania Plus says about Sephiroth and Cloud's interaction at the edge of creation. Sephiroth, 7 seconds before the end, but there's still time. Sephiroth shows a meaningful, knowing smile. If he won't fight alongside him, then this leaves him no choice but to keep manipulating him and leading him as before. Sephiroth, the future depends on you, Cloud. When Cloud turns around, Sephiroth is gone, and black feathers are fluttering in the air.
Yeah, so, and here's the interesting thing, right? I like I said at the beginning of this, I've always been behind the idea that this Sephiroth that's at the end of Remake, I don't think he's a good guy, but I think he is the central protagonist of the Remake games. This specific version of Sephiroth, who seems very clearly aware that he is being used by Jenova, that Cloud is being used by Sephiroth and Jenova, and seems to, I think, genuinely have a desire to flip their destinies on their head. He doesn't want things to end how they're supposed to in Advent Children or in the original Final Fantasy VII. And I think he wants to be free of Jenova and wants to betray Jenova. However, this version of whatever version this is of Sephiroth that is waiting at the edge of creation, how he separated this form of consciousness or whatever, who knows? But this guy has intentions that he wants to see fulfilled, and he genuinely needs Cloud's help. but he needs Cloud to understand his point of view on the world. Because if Cloud does not willingly want to help Sephiroth, then the whatever his plan is will not come into fruition. Now, where this theory kicks in is that promoting the idea that there's actually that this Sephiroth waiting at the end is completely and wholly distinct from any other version that we've seen previously. And that possibly what we have is a case of one version of Sephiroth that is fully subservient to Genova and is playing through the motions of everything that it's supposed to do in the original Final Fantasy VII and the events of Advent Children. And it's just this just tragic person who wanted to be a hero, but then was manipulated by an alien, essentially, right? So that's that's the bad version. And then we have this possible good version that wants to be done with all of this and end this cycle of hatred and violence and turmoil and destruction that they've all been involved in. All right. And that's where this theory kind of starts to differentiate. And now he's starting to make his claim, state his case for this,
30 seconds into giving this guy the benefit of the doubt, and he's already acting sus. Our last hopes of a Sephiroth redemption arc hinge on that last cutscene at the end of Remake, where Sephiroth realizes that he has no choice but to manipulate Cloud further in order to achieve what he thinks is his righteous goal, after reminiscing over his inability to break free from Genova's shackles. And the environment itself is ominous because visually it makes it seem that Sephiroth wants to break free, with Genova's shadow looming in this design behind Cloud while pursuing what looks like a more pure dream, as in saving the planet. Except we have this. A comment from the environment artwork team in the remake material Ultimania. Sephiroth's wing was used as inspiration for the background featured in the final confrontation between Cloud and Sephiroth. Sometimes beautiful things in life don't come from positive places. I don't know about you, but I don't like this. I don't feel comfortable trusting that the only hope we have to save the planet in Remake is this guy, who even when acting like a changed man, still uses deception and a refusal to take no for an answer. A guy who literally goes on to call Cloud his weak little puppet in the very last fight we have in the story so far. So what gives? How can there be two different Sephiroths without one necessarily being good? More importantly, what has Sephiroth achieved at the end of Remake to create this distinction? Do his actions in Rebirth at the edge of creation align with what he claims he wants to do? Or has he simply made us fall in the same trick once again after posing for this seemingly pure moment of reminiscence? In order to figure out where the different Sephiroths are going, we need to look at the one major thing that changed between the end of Remake and the beginning of Rebirth after his intervention. From the moment the Whispers, beings who can enforce and shape events, have been introduced, the Remake narrative became a battleground for will, both for the planet collectively and for the main character, Cloud, individually. And all of Sephiroth's actions in the trilogy so far have been about winning this battle, even when it means going against Genova's will. See, the Whispers are still largely understood as the will of the planet, a notion that is very vague, and that a lot of us have come to accept as naturally the planet defending itself, which makes us wonder why actual White Whispers, who do act to defend the planet, are depicted later in Rebirth, and why they differ from the gray/black tainted Whispers in Remake. The Whispers, which basically represent will itself, are largely misunderstood and confusing because the story wants them to be. The essence of the planet, the Lifestream, is essentially made up of memories through the spirits that live and return to it, and technically, as Aerith clarifies, the Whispers we see in Remake are some of these spirits of the dead, roaming and dictating the will of the Lifestream and the planet based on their memories, hopes.
How do I feel about Neo 3? I'm interested in playing Neo 3. Currently, it is not in the budget. Because I enjoyed Neo. I was fine with Neo 1. I love Neo 2, especially Neo 2 in co-op. It is such a fun co-op game. I'm interested in 3. But currently, not in the budget for it. I'm going to try to save up for, what's the name of the game? Resident Evil 9 is what I'm looking forward to. So I was like, oh no, I have to pick one. And I'm like, I can't miss out on the opportunity to play as Leon Kennedy. Somehow becoming John Wick in his later years in life. It is like 50s. His 50s, 60s going into his John Wick era. Neo 2 is one of my favorite games. It's great. It's a great game. we're never able to beat some of those DLC bosses. Oh my God, they got absurd. But I've been hearing Neo 3 is amazing. What if I told you you don't have to pick one? Hey, what a time to be alive that'd be. You know what I mean? But Neo 3, it seems really interesting. One of the biggest criticisms I had always had about the game that apparently they fixed was the open world aspect. Because I was looking at some of the gameplay and they're like, yeah, they went for more of like a hub style for the levels instead of it being like these very separated. There's no flow in between the areas. It's just very choppy. Like everything is very seamless. I was like, hey, yo, shout out to the squad over there, Team Ninja. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Time for you, Galaxy Unpacked. Okay. Also, I accepted the friend request now. I'm gonna send you over some of the sketches we have. We also have we have hero forges for some of the characters, which too can help with giving like generic designs and stuff. So I'll send that over to you.
And dreams. The problem with spirits in the live stream is that they are also prone to being corrupted by something that cannot return to the planet, Genova. This mechanism is not only on display in Remake. In the novel that depicts events between OG FF7 and Advent Children, On the Way to a Smile, a specific chapter, Livestream Black, shows Sephiroth's actions in the livestream, leading to him being able to come back once again in the movie. Here goes. When the livestream erupted onto the surface of the planet, the man had already surrendered his inconsequential memories to the planet. At the same time, the core of his spirit and those memories deeply related to it moved from torrent to torrent and traveled around the land from city to city. When the people who were trying to escape or those left unable to do anything but stand still were enveloped by those streams, he decided to leave them with his stigma. If Cloud noticed that stigma, the man was certain that he would never disappear. So the mechanism exists, but does this imply that the will of the planet has been entrusted to Genova? Well, yes and no, because not all whispers are corrupted. The fact that some spirits have been controlled by Genova has led to a battle taking place inside the livestream, with an increasing interference from her, and it has been portrayed in Remake quite clearly, to be honest. In short, whispers as spirits roam in the livestream.
Oh, there we go. I was saying, I always ran the dual katanas in the Odachi or the dual katanas in the Switch. I think it was the Switchglaive in the last game.
To Genova, the Cetra themselves tell how she was able to manipulate them by appearing as their dead loved ones. And we don't even need to go 2,000 years in the past to witness how corrupted spirits work, because we have seen how they led Sephiroth and his party by the nose in his quest to get the Masamune, changing the landscape and taking the form of past friends to match the deep memories or desire inside their target and evoke a specific emotion, triggering the action that the spirits themselves are manipulated to enforce. And if we go to Remake, the opening intro paints the picture of a world that is barely hanging on, something that is confirmed through dialogue as we go through the story. That path has probably been caused both by humans draining the planet of its spiritual energy and Genova lingering in the livestream. The Whispers, who initially seem neutral, are actually already divided into two factions in Remake but in a much more subtle way. We have the usual whispers called mysterious specters, and we have this purple variation, the enigmatic,
Yeah, the ones that are already
which
corrupted.
the literal Japanese translation calls void demon. Does this sound familiar? The remake material Ultimania says the following about these whispers. They try to obstruct the player, and the more a player proceeds into an area, the more of a hindrance they become. Once the player goes beyond a certain stage, an attack whisper appears, acting as a direct hindrance to the player. These are more aggressive forms of whispers who deploy the other defense whispers to hinder the player. The only way to beat the stronger attack whispers, as in these enigmatic specters, is through defeating the other, weaker defense whispers, also known as mysterious specters. And during the only times we fight the whispers at all in Remake, before the Expressway of course, 2 to be precise, this purple enigmatic specter appears and takes over the regular ones. See, these quote-unquote neutral whispers can now actually be controlled by a quote-unquote void adjacent monster with a color coding that very clearly implies a Genova corruption. And mind you, that reference is not so subtle anymore when you fight the alleged embodiment of the will of the planet, the Whisper Harbinger, and its 3 smaller versions, which have been confirmed to be inspired by the fighting style of the Genova remnants from Advent Children. But as we said, the nuance is that through Remake, the Whispers don't seem to be all bad, because we do see them saving Barrett, which wouldn't really make sense if they were simply inactive.
Yeah, they're neutral. Like you kind of think, what is it? What's the? Hold on, let me look up the exact medical terminology before I sound like a doofus. Yeah, so they act as like the white blood cells, right? That's all the whispers are. They are the white blood cells of the life stream. They go in, they detect something funky, they try to fix it, right? Sometimes it's more aggressive, sometimes it's not, right? But the problem is, in the same way like the body works, Genova / Sephiroth are manipulating them to be able to mess with the timeline the way they weren't supposed to. As they talk about the characters possibly being dead in the other timelines, they're not really talking about that in this version or in this theory video. There's other theory videos that kind of cover it. I am very tempted to like get a couple of friends who are into this stuff and just like, like, hey gang, who wants to do a 5-hour stream of just reacting to my favorite conspiracy theory videos about Final Fantasy? But essentially with them being possibly alive, possibly dead in other timelines, as crazy as it sounds to say, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. All these alternate timelines are birthed within the life stream, right? And these little pockets, these separate worlds. That's why calling them dreams is always the best example of it. Because eventually, even as quickly as they're spawned from all the split decisions and all the hopes and dreams and desires of people within the planet, eventually they fade away. Eventually, they are all destined to die, they're doomed to no longer exist. That's what we ended up seeing in Rebirth with Aerith's final dream that she has as a goodbye to Cloud. You know, all this stuff is naturally occurring within the life stream. But by the time we get to the end of Rebirth, Sephiroth has put events into place to where all of these timelines are coming to an end, and we are in the final world, and Sephiroth wants to create an eternity and a dream that he thinks is best. One where death does not exist. Because he hates the cycle of life and death. He hates the fact that as much as you get attached to people, eventually they will die. He hates that, right? He hates that cycle and that they will go back into the life stream, especially because he can't. As long as Cloud remains, he will always remain. So he wants to change that. He wants to make sure that everybody stays the way that he wants them to, where he wants them to. But The only way I truly think that he can make that happen is with someone with the most incredible powers of delusion, which is Cloud. Cloud's mind is so strong at creating alternate realities within his mind to protect himself from trauma that's the whole entire crux of the story of Final Fantasy VII, you know? Well, one of the theories expand on the idea that what Sephiroth is doing is with the timelines, Aerith is also doing with her dreams, which is hilarious. Yeah, that's also what makes it like the coolest game of chess ever. Like, it's hilarious because essentially what you end up having between these two is this chess match. Right, that's where he says like poor form, like the stuff that Aerith is doing is pissing Sephiroth off so much because every single time he's like, dude, I finally got her. She's cooked. She's toast. She finds a way to come back and still help everyone, right? Like the big thing is that like Sephiroth was using the black materia across different timelines, right? He's able to use it and harness its power throughout different timelines. So by the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake, when the white materia gets drained, what does Aerith / Omni Aerith end up doing? They baton pass the white materia between planes between dreams, right? So that Aerith ends up getting it, and it is the funniest thing because Sephiroth shows up at the church. He is ready. The saxophone is playing in the background like Boys in the Hood, and he leads the block with Aerith. Okay, and then what happens at the end of the game? Aerith comes back because of the white materia. He's just like every time you keep finding the same loopholes. Like there's only like 3 or 4 times where Sephiroth genuinely like loses his cool and he's not like this aloof person like, oh, I wonder what he's thinking. And that's one of those times is when Aerith shows back up and he's just like, this no matter. We will continue to fight. It is hilarious. I do wonder how Cloud / Zack lives timeline fits into the final picture versus Sephiroth's plan. It's genuinely, it's because Zack is just hope. He is just hope. When you have that montage of all those different timelines that keep spawning in at the end, it's because he just is so full of hope about the future. And one of the things they reiterate in these in the remake duology thus far is that the dream world is born from your hopes and desires. Who wants to live more than Zack? That force of will is so powerful and so strong that he is manifesting timelines on the spot because of every single decision he's making. One where he so desperately wants to run and go save Aerith. One where he wants to go and save I'm blanking on his name, but Biggs. It was Biggs, I believe. And all these things he's doing, like that's why they had that montage where they're showing all these different worlds keep getting created or all these different stamps. And it's his doing, because his will and his desire to live is so strong. That's why he may seem like he doesn't matter in the story, but his sheer will and hope is the most important thing and will be the biggest trump card at the end of this trilogy, more than likely to help save Cloud, right? And it's going to be interesting to see how that falls into play. And I think he's part of that puzzle piece. And I think also the empty materia that Cloud has at the end of Rebirth will play into that. And I think like one of the most popular theories, one that I kind of subscribe to, is that when Cloud goes to eventually have to reconstruct his mind and who he is and go through that soul search in his mind to actually figure out the truth about who he is, I truly believe that scene is going to become even more expanded, and we might be delving into like the way that Aerith was able to pour her memories and hopes and dreams into the white materia to create that to be passed through the timelines. The experiences, the hopes, the desires of Cloud in this current point in time, from Zack, from Cloud and Advent Children, I think all those things will coalesce into Cloud being able to create his own materia. I think that's kind of what we've been building towards. We have a materia, the white materia, that is capable of casting holy and is capable of this like ultimate protection. And then you have the black materia, which is in the opposite direction, which is just capable of just pure annihilation, destruction, and death, non-existence. And I think Cloud will create something new out of all of his experiences and through his self-actualization.
And this leaves us with one possible explanation, which is that the whispers we saw in Remake, while enforcing the will of the planet, or rather, what the planet thinks its will.
But like all this stuff can happen now because these things are not here to govern these events.
Malicious, tragically Jenova corrupted factions. It's the planet collectively, gradually being convinced of its inevitable death, with Jenova orchestrating it all in the background. And a big point of contention in the past few years around the Whispers has been how clear-cut it all seemed when Tifa asked whether they symbolized capital D destiny, to which Red 13 answered yes, for it is the will of the planet itself. This sentence has been understood by many of us to be as close of a confirmation as we will ever get that the planet itself is protecting what we think are the events of the original game. However, in the Japanese equivalent of this conversation, it paints a completely different picture. Rather than doubling down on the planet itself enforcing its will, Red 13 says, yes, it seems that the planet is running out of power or energy, something confirmed in the other localizations. And Barrett's challenge to Red 13, wondering if the Whispers would try to enforce even a bleak future, is not so subtle commentary on what's really being implied here. It's surprisingly consistent with the premise that the planet is being convinced of its inevitable death through the livestream. As a matter of fact, when talking about what Red 13 gets as knowledge from coming in contact with Aerith, Toriyama says that Red 13 is special because his kind lives for so long that he can see that knowledge, but also that the amount he received was so vast that he was not able to see everything clearly. And this is very relevant to the Whisper quote-unquote bad ending visions. The nuance here is that 1. We see 500 years into the future, not the past, when Red 13 himself and his species will still be alive, and 2. He doesn't see those visions very clearly. We could think of the visions he gets as something similar to what Cloud gets, flashes of things that don't necessarily make sense on their own, just like Red 13 running in the middle of nowhere, with no indication on where he's going, what the world looks like at that point, and whether this is a positive or negative picture. But as we said before, given that the planet is being convinced of its inevitable death, another key to understanding the will of the planet is the cycle of life and death and how it can be instrumentalized. In fact, just like spirits that live within it, the planet itself having a cycle of life and death is not even a new concept to the Final Fantasy VII compilation. In Dirge of Cerberus, which takes place 3 years after Final Fantasy VII, a party of Vincent
oh no, Dirge of Cerberus mentioned.
The planet are shown this vision from Lucrezia's research, which states that the planet itself, in time, returns to the cosmos when her time has come. The statement that the Whispers intervening in Remake were the will of the planet is not entirely incorrect, but it is also only a half-truth in the context of the FF7 crisis. The Whispers are spirits.
We have to be very careful
and preserve it.
with using Dirge of Cerberus. One of these days I will play it again. Because the last time I played it was when it came out on PlayStation 2 and I rented it from Blockbuster. Years and years and years and years and years, many years ago. But we had to be careful with Dirge of Cerberus because Dirge of Cerberus was not written by, it did not have Kitase or Nojima involved. at all, if I'm not mistaken. It was not written by the original team, unlike some of the other parts of the compilation. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that just does not make sense in Dirge Cerberus and just kind of contradicts.
But they're also progressively corrupted by Genova, possibly for the past 2,000 years since it crashed on Gaia and went into deep slumber after being defeated by the Cetra. The more of these spirits there are, the more the planet will be convinced or forced to accept its inevitable death. And this conflict shows in the actions of the Whispers, which act in very contradicting ways, sometimes helping the party and sometimes hindering them. But one thing is certain. When we get to the expressway and cross into the singularity, the Whisper Harbinger and the three Whispers are all clear manifestations of Genova's control over the Whispers, trying to enforce the path forward. That is, until Sephiroth decides to change that. See, in theory, all the appearances of Sephiroth up to the expressway section are very easy to understand. Despite having 4 categories, we don't have 4 Sephiroths. 3 of those are simply recollections and or Genova illusions of Sephiroth, either spontaneously or through one of the black robes, which initially only Cloud can see. And the remake Ultimania agrees, specifying that the question mark Sephiroth is the one whose nature is impossible to guess even by players in the original game. His first appearance is here, when he asks Cloud to cross the barrier of destiny with him. Portions of the script also allude to Aerith sensing that this Sephiroth is different and seemingly taking him much more seriously than the other appearances. But before that, one version of Sephiroth initially kills the president, and the Whispers are fine with it, but they strongly react when he's about to kill Barrett. So, is that actually the first appearance of the Sephiroth? Well, this might never be confirmed, but it's possible, because while not being on the side of the Whispers, he does turn into Genova eventually, and it's later revealed that this is simply Marco, one of the Black Robes, who was summoned to get Genova's body out of the Shinra building, something that the Black Robe number 2 will manage to do. And the reason I'm saying that this could be the Sephiroth is precisely because of this connection to the Black Robes. More on that in a minute. Now, Genova's biggest property, the reason the FF7 plot exists to begin with, is its ability to enact the reunion. Hojo's reunion theory claims that even if Genova's body is dismembered, it will eventually become one again. And at this point in the story, there are 2 main known locations of Genova's remains. Her headless body is in the Shinra building, which is what the robes seemingly try to extract, while her head is at the northern crater with Sephiroth. Which begs the question, why is the reunion happening at the northern crater and not at the Shinra building? Why wouldn't all Genova's body parts move towards the Shinra building instead, where the biggest part of its body is stored? And the good thing is that we possibly have an answer to this from the OG FF7 Omega Ultimania once again. Sephiroth's will begins to control not only his sibling-like Sephiroth copies, but the body of his mother Genova as well. From this point on, although Sephiroth's true body is active only in the final battle,
Jedi was stacking to my matter.
Genova. For this reason, the text also lists Genova's actions.
I was gonna check up on the fam.
Sephiroth, or perhaps because Sephiroth's will is so strong, the reunion does not occur at the Shinra building where Genova is located. Rather, Genova herself begins to migrate. The first comment is referring to a portion which says that Sephiroth summons his copies to get Genova from the Shinra building, and the analysis goes on to say that from that point onwards, Sephiroth basically starts expressing his thoughts and desires through Genova. And in the FF7 Rebirth Ultimania, a similar concept is presented. It is said that Sephiroth has manipulated a man in a black cloak to steal Genova's body from the Shinra building, and that while the party were sometimes helped or hindered by the Whispers in Midgar, Sephiroth absorbed part of them in the Singularity, allowing him to manifest his will through them. This is why I am more and more skeptical about this quote-unquote new Sephiroth dichotomy, because of this notion of Sephiroth potentially taking over Genova's will already being an idea in the original story, although it might not have been developed as much, obviously. Technically, all of the above prompts us to think that while the reunion could have initially started in the Shinra building, the Sephiroth was lurking in the background, using the black robes to extract Genova's body and redirect them towards his location. And in order to have full control over proceedings, he needed to make sure that Genova's will was broken and that he was at the center to absorb it all. And in the process, the Sephiroth was now reborn, both through the Whispers exerting his will, not Genova's, but also through Cloud, the last holder of pure S cells and the person who has the strongest memories and connection to Sephiroth by directly having access to his mind, as demonstrated here by the first time he appears to him one-on-one at the edge of creation. So it's possible that what we thought was a depiction of multiple Sephiroths was basically a peek at the behind the scenes of Sephiroth entering the fray, hijacking the reunion, redirecting it to the Northern Crater, and as the Omega Ultimania goes on, adding a detour to the Temple of the Ancients to get...
Yeah, listen, Square Enix ain't remaking nothing anytime soon.
At the center of all of it in order to absorb
Like, they are financially on such a big tightrope. They need part 3. They need this to be a success. Like, this needs to be a smash hit.
Sephiroth was reborn into
Like, that's why they are pushing to get everyone to buy this game on Switch 2, on PC, on Xbox. They want these games on every platform. They're even reducing the price to do so. They need as many people bought in on part 1 and part 2 before part 3 comes out. Because financially, Square Enix is doing too great.
The best way to measure Sephiroth's intentions up to the ending of Rebirth is his actions, and boy does he not apply what he preaches at all. We thought that Ore and Watashi Sephiroths existed separately and had different agendas, but Rebirth, more than Remake, showed that even if that was true at one point, whatever Sephiroth we had at the end of the game was a Genova puppet more than ever before. But Sephiroth's complexity and the reason he's fooled us all, and will probably fool Cloud in part 3, is that on the surface his intentions seem to have some honorable dream behind them. And dare I go even further, at first glance Sephiroth's fight seems to be the same as that of the character who probably holds the biggest connection to the planet, the last remaining Cetra, Aerith, which makes sense because Sephiroth mistakenly thinks he is a Cetra himself. Mind you, she does not fail to recognize that he thinks he wants to save the planet. She herself claims that the future is always a blank page, pleading to fight even when things don't look bright. But despite that, she knows that this is not the right way of solving the planet's crisis, saying that Sephiroth only cares about the planet and himself. They might share the same goal of purging the planet of the growing threat posed by Genova, but they dramatically differ in the solution they offer, and the reason they do is because they don't value the same things, or view the world the same way to begin with. Aerith's positions are usually very nuanced, while those of Sephiroth are not. She agrees that life and death are two sides of the same coin, and Sephiroth calls death a homecoming, or more accurately, simply returning to the planet. But Aerith also recognizes that despite that, it's still hard to let go of the people we love. Sephiroth's solution to past pain and regrets is what Genova taught him, turning it all into anger and pursuing a goal that might seem righteous on the surface, just a disguised
Part 2 sold okay. Avengers tanked. You have to keep in mind, they had multiple games that bombed. And all of the profits that Final Fantasy XIV makes goes back into the company for making up for all the games that bomb. That's why Final Fantasy XIV struggles with getting basic updates of quality of life for massive overhauls in between expansions. That's why their money is they've been bleeding out money on the most ridiculous ventures. Think of how many failed live service games, multiplayer games that they've had. And then on top of that, previous CEO wanted to go all in on NFTs, and this current one is all about generative AI. They've got back-to-back bombs leading this company.
Homecoming, as long as it satisfied what looks like the last hope of making his own choice, supposedly saving the planet. The existence of the cycle of life and death, according to Aerith, should not undo the quest to preserve life in all its forms, including what makes it even possible at the first place. The memories of people who lived and died on the planet return into it and giving way for new life. But to Sephiroth, those memories don't matter. The screams of the trapped souls in the livestream actually sound like ecstatic cries to him. Aerith encourages striving for the ideal scenario that preserves the preciousness of life the most even when it seems impossible, while Sephiroth accepts the easy way out, at the very least on paper, regardless of the consequences. And if we were to bring this conflict down to its most fundamental level, Aerith's approach has above all an underlying layer of acceptance of one's past and pain, and processing it before looking forward and aiming for the better. Whereas Sephiroth's biggest driver, and complex as it stands, is his inability to accept. The best example for that is his desire to stay alive and be reborn when almost everything about the planet's crisis just ends if he accepts to finally let go.
And that right there is like the biggest crux of Final Fantasy VII. The whole entire point of the game and its story is a story about grief and acceptance. It's about the fact that you have to accept loss. You have to accept that things in life don't go the way that you plan. You have to accept death as a natural part of life. You have to, in order to grow, in order to move forward, or you become stagnant and you rot. And you can twist and manipulate reality all you want, but if you don't accept it, you will not grow and be able to move forward. And I don't think the remake trilogy has lost sight of that as the main story. If anything, I think the idea of making a remake, like I think they are very cognizant of the meta-analysis of making a remake of a game about letting go. Like, and it's like, in that way, it's like Sephiroth kind of represents like the shareholders. He represents fans. He represents like people who love Final Fantasy VII and cannot let it go and don't want to move away from it. Like, no, we have to remake it. No, we have to try it again. Like, there's like this meta analysis happening at the same time when you're analyzing Sephiroth from that perspective. I wonder would they be against releasing 17 as a 3D animation show just to get some money from revenue? That does not make a lot of money. It is a lot of money to do an animation. To do a show is a lot of money. And they've done their cross-media promotions beforehand, and it cost them a bunch of money. And they did that with Final Fantasy 15. They had some like anime episodes, they had a movie, they had a whole bunch of interactive media, different demos, various different demos that were slices and presentations that didn't end up in the final release. Like, all those different things may like sound like they can be a no-brainer, but you know, all depends. Meta analysis, like Smash Brothers, like wombo combo, like edge guarding. So you know, that's just kind of the thing about it. Like all that extra stuff. Like I think about like Cyberpunk. Like, not everyone's gonna get a Cyberpunk Edge Runners, you know, when it comes to a property that can funnel people back into the work that inspired it, you know. Sephiroth's true redemption is letting go.
The new Final Fantasy Sephiroth's salvation does not only come through accepting his inevitable death, but also possibly through accepting that despite trying his best, he is not the hero who saves the world, and that's okay, because his past shows that he was never given the upbringing and strong sense of self to grow into an actual pure hero. His intentions might still be coming from a good place of wanting to break free, but the way it's all achieved is still wrong. So by trying to become one with the planet and save it, at least in name, he plays
when Game Theory broke down Smash Brothers, I felt bad for playing it. Yeah, something about like the hand being us, right? Manipulating their lives or something.
At the expense of everything that made the world special in the first place. And this
Like
might
the
all seem
players are the
metaphorical,
villains.
but it's also true technically, because the way he's exerting his will is by trapping spirits in what essentially becomes a stagnant life stream, stopping everyone from returning to the planet and trapping them in a dream, his dream to be precise. A good showcase of this is how some of the trapped spirits who seem to be tragically under the control of Genova were actually cleansed at the end of Remake, thanks to the actions of the main cast, allowing them to peacefully return to the planet in the form of these white shards, and the formation of this new dream world with very wholly friendly imagery. Yet Sephiroth's will still lives on beyond that, through this dream that he wants to enforce now on reality, and that's possibly the biggest driver behind this new narrative centered around the dream worlds, and how they're also bound for the reunion, mirroring the physical Genova fragments heading towards the northern crater. Just like we have two stories, one for the characters and one for the players, we also have two types of reunion. The
He's
classic
cooking.
physical reunion at the northern crater, and the metaphysical one shown through the merging of worlds. In the Temple of the Ancients, Sephiroth says, "My fragmented mother, these errant worlds all shall be one again." To which a more accurate translation of the source Japanese is actually, with Genova,
You get the hand being creativity or himself, and the little ball being destroyed is him giving up. Like, I was in awe. You don't have to make another one, I understand.
True Sephiroth is able to interact with the world while still being
I'll have to check the video of
metaphysical,
that.
is through this dream, with the aim of replacing reality with it. As it stands, he's still unconscious in whatever real physical world there is, and his quest for merging the worlds is essentially in motion through this remake continuity, which almost seems to run as a perfect replica for the real world, with interventions here and there when necessary. This world essentially looks like the metaphysical vessel for Sephiroth's will. And in fact, it already plays out that way at the end of Rebirth, because as soon as Cloud, who Sephiroth now simply lives through, gets his hands on the black materia, the worlds are seemingly merged before the reunion is stopped by Aerith, thanks to Holy, the white materia. So we spoke before about Sephiroth's characterization evolving dramatically over the past 3 decades, and where this brought us is to a realization that he is a human who keeps trying to break out from the cycle of Genova manipulation, but inevitably fails every single time, while possessing enough self-awareness to understand what is happening to him. And this, my friends, is when we get to the mysterious new design of Safer Sephiroth, which Nomura confirmed is a different design versus the original, but refused to comment further on. And I have a question. Where has Sephiroth ever looked this tired, depressed, or done with life before this? At the top, a God reborn, and at the bottom, representations of every defining time of his life. A design that depicts his struggles and inevitable descent despite trying to fight against his fate in every single one of these stages. Is this art a foreshadowing of a villain who is so far down what he thinks is a righteous path, but who in a possibly very late moment of reflection over what he was and what he has become, has turned into a complete lost cause? This path that Sephiroth is on, and all the elements the story and its adjacent entries have been putting together, are the perfect setup, not for Sephiroth's redemption, but for his salvation and final return to the planet. Thematically, the FF7 Remake trilogy does not differ with the original story in terms of the headlines, but if there was one specific message that it keeps bringing up, it is that the path forward is through forgiveness and acceptance, rather than anger and refusal to let go. Sephiroth's
I never considered an ending where it's just possibly Genova being destroyed and not Sephiroth as well. Because I also, because again, he's such a tragic character.
Much as everyone else, a human soul that hasn't had the love or compassion to stop him from going down the evil path and becoming a victim of the real otherworldly alien threat to the planet. So if we're building up towards a moment of realization, reflection, and finally return to the planet and one's senses, I wonder how the actual main character of the story, Cloud, fits into all of this. And I'll actually make it easier by asking the following. Where have we seen a main character hold the villain and let him go in a moment of implied compassion and, dare I say, forgiveness, realizing that the villain himself was just a victim of circumstances and manipulation, finally freeing him from his curse.
More reasons why we have to have an appearance from Advent Children, Cloud. Give me the fusion sword. I need it.
And speaking about the story,
I need it.
Initially, the church scene was placed immediately after Sephiroth's defeat. None of the sequences with Kadash were there, such as the scene where Kadash feels Aerith's presence and disappears into the rain. We wanted to make Kadash someone who also needed salvation. I'm glad that this part made it into the movie. In a world where each of us have constructed both their own version of Final Fantasy VII 30 years and what we think this remake should amount to, Sephiroth needing salvation, finally letting go and returning to the planet is hardly an unpopular outcome. And remember when we presented the Sephiroth dilemma? An outcome accounting for some sort of redemption for him has understandably become more and more popular because it largely satisfies the first constraint. It pays off the new meta-narrative, this increased presence.
The story is sometimes so deep, I forgot why Jenova was evil in the first place. Thought they both want to protect the Earth. Jenova, Sephiroth wants to be a hero. He was born and raised to be a hero. Right? Jenova is literally a colonizer. That is just there to steal the planet's resources and leave and go back onto the next planet. It is a parasite. A big thing about this is that a lot of Final Fantasy VII is an allegory for colonization, of Western colonization of Japan in that regard, with the Shinra Electrical Company representing capitalism, and oftentimes Jenova being represented as of Christianity and Western philosophical philosophies or ideologies. So yeah, it's there's an even deeper level to this when you start analyzing it from the perspective of the cultural aspect, religious aspect. This is a commentary on colonization, a commentary on capitalism. But at the end of the day, Jenova has always remained that. Throughout the original, throughout this, Jenova is just about the controlling people's minds and thoughts and wanting to be worshipped and wanting to manipulate people's minds into this subservience and to subdue people into obedience and then conquer this world, extracted of its resources, while lulling people into this false sense of security and then destroy the planet and then move on to the next one. That is Jenova's only goal. There's literally, that's, Jenova being new God, but it's like Jenova, like Jehovah, like these name choices were very specific on purpose. Like they were chosen for a specific reason. And that's to be analogous. But yeah, Jenova has not changed. Jenova is still Jenova. It is just here to steal, kill, and destroy, as they say in the good book.
Story, the first one pays itself off because it has already been told 29 years ago. But the second one, which seems to speak to us directly, is yet to totally make sense on its own. And wrapping up Sephiroth's arc could make that alternative journey worth it. But despite that, it still doesn't meet the second criteria of our dilemma, which is to not render everything that came after the original Final Fantasy VII useless, particularly Advent Children, and to not create a time travel paradox by avoiding that Sephiroth's trigger to his own salvation in Remake is his non-salvation in the movie. So, can this dilemma ever be solved? Maybe, and maybe not. Maybe the writers can solve it but still decide not to, because they want the story to speak for itself and live on within the player's mind. But regardless of what they decide to do with it, a lack of solutions that satisfy the dilemma is not an issue. And case in point, here is one. Remember how there are literally two Sephiroths? a Genova projection and his real self? The current path of the story is setting up the latter to have control over things by the end of Part 3, as in the original game. The Ultimania Omega, talking about the OG, says that in time, Sephiroth's will might have taken over Genova's, and that one time...
Wonder would people be upset if they made 7-2 that takes place on a planet Genova conquers and successfully steals their resources? Because that's a lot of thought for an analogous series, but that's what what Final Fantasy is all about. Oh yeah.
And if Sephiroth was to finally be saved, his salvation...
I mean, shoot, if you want one that's a similar story as this, where you're exploring the idea of where the bad guys kind of already won, and taking it back from that, Final Fantasy 16. That's what Final Fantasy 16 is. Because it's still dealing with the same analogy between Ultima and Genova.
Part of him can also never return to the planet, as it never...
Except it's much more heavy-handed with Final Fantasy 16. I still love it, though.
And the only reason we could ever consider this possible solution is thanks to this mechanism that might have been just an idea in the original game, but was never truly explored until the question mark Sephiroth appeared at the end of Remake in 2020. The hidden initial struggle between Sephiroth and Genova's will. It is that distinction that could solve the conundrum, allowing us to both have a satisfactory payoff to this remake, while understanding how the events
Purge Genova, save Sephiroth.
Both FF7 OG and the re-trilogy. With the remake project being tasked with tying into the compilation, referencing existing material rather than retelling the FF7 story as if it existed.
It seems like 16 was like, oh, you don't get it. Let me help you understand. There's a... I'll have to show it another time, but there's a really good video essay talking about, I think it's called, Why Do You Always Kill God in a JRPG? And it is a really in-depth, it's like almost like 2 hours long, I believe, but it explores, like, you always find yourself, like, in almost every single JRPG that you play, coming back to that same concept of, like, fighting God, fighting this higher power, fighting against the forces of destiny, fighting against things that these unseen hands that govern your life and taking control of your life. And it is this really beautiful cultural exploration of where those themes come from and how that ties into Japanese history with colonization and how the art that they've been creating for the past, 8-9 decades has been an extension of that. You know, it's just an extension of a society that is currently, you know, culturally stagnant because of its now strong adherence to conservatism, capitalism, and Christianity, which kind of have it in a chokehold, a trifecta, you know, society-wise. And so you have people who have been analyzing this and creating art about it for decades and putting it into their work in Japan. That's why those things pop up in Shin Megami Tensei, Persona 3, Persona 5, I mean, all the Personas, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7. That's why these themes keep recurring over and over again, because society-wise, they're still wrestling with the byproducts of these topics.
Part of the re-trilogy. Some of it has been smooth, with an early introduction of characters that we will see in later entries, while some additions have shaken things up, and even led us to wonder if this is a setup for a different ending to the story. By the own admission of the staff working on the project, Remake went as far as recreating the Advent Children battle and bringing a mechanism that summons representations of the three remnants, the main antagonists of the movie, not supposed to have any role at this point in the story. And all of it confused the hell out of us. But maybe it did because we never thought about it the right way. We spoke about the trilogy recontextualizing Advent Children, and this is what that means. Final Fantasy VII and especially Final Fantasy VII Remake are a story about the main character letting go of his anger. But in that journey, the character's emotions and past are not all fully processed yet. As sane as Cloud looked at the end of the original game, he still had grief to go through in the couple of years following that. In fact, supposedly fully healed Cloud still had remote Genova visions by himself, reminded him of his painful past as late as the beginning of the Advent Children's story. Cloud isolates himself because he's afraid that bad things will happen again to those around him, just like it did for those before. And if we've come to learn anything about Genova, is that she pounces on guilt, which is why, if FF7 was about letting go of anger, Advent Children is about letting go of guilt.
God, that's such a good point. Because constantly, Aerith keeps saying you can't blame yourself, Cloud. You can't keep blaming yourself.
Back is largely rooted in its ability to peer into people's souls, their fears and their memories, and manifest them in an instrumentalized way, something we've seen happen to Sephiroth himself in the past. So the rhetorical question becomes, does Remake reference Advent Children memories, or is it the other way around? Could Genova eventually manifest the memories of Cloud and others from Remake in Advent Children, recreating the expressway Sephiroth fight in its latest attempt to be reborn into the planet? Does the true Sephiroth refuse to become a memory after Advent Children, leading to his return in Remake, a Sephiroth who struggles to remember who he is, who unlike his OG self is obsessed with Cloud, and who shares the exact same mission as Genova, sailing the cosmos with this planet as his vessel? Or is it all the doing of Genova itself, lingering in the livestream, clinging to people's memories, and desperately looking for the strongest possible connection in the physical world to manifest Sephiroth and bring him back? Is this him or the memory of him persisting in the livestream and people's minds? Does Advent Children set up the events in Remake, or have the writers achieved the impossible task of remaking a prequel while smoothly setting up events and concepts for its unchanged sequel? In fact, Sephiroth's return in Advent Children is so confusing that the writers themselves, while recognizing the importance of bringing him back in the movie one way or the other, still struggle to come up with a valid reason for him to appear 2 years after seemingly being defeated. Going back to the Advent Children reunion files, Nojima says, during the initial development phase, we didn't really have a very specific reason as to why Sephiroth would come back to see Cloud. I mean, we had a vague reason, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. Various ideas were put on the table, such as having Cloud be the only one who can see Sephiroth. The concept of the power of memories in the livestream has always been there from 1997, but since then, it has become front and center to almost every new entry in the compilation, and both Remake and Advent Children are no different. So the necessary question is the following. Is the story cleverly using this concept of memories, which fortunately or unfortunately for us, can be referenced interchangeably in both past and future to simulate the world one last time in the livestream, completely detached from any physical existence in what is essentially a secret FF7 sequel? Or is it instead using the same concept and power of memories?
That is a bit of a brilliant... If they lay that right, they could lay out like a perfect chicken or the egg sort of situation.
Was never intended in the first place, but that became necessary when deciding to remake an entry that had countless spin-offs to it. And at the center of those memories are those of the main character of Final Fantasy VII, not Sephiroth. This guy. This is Cloud's story, and the core driver behind his iconic journey is the contrast versus the villain, despite their relatively similar journeys, and his ability to succeed where Sephiroth was never able to, and break free from the fake destiny being enforced on him. As someone who goes on and on and on about Cloud all day, I tried my best to avoid focusing on him while thinking about this topic. But inevitably, the narrative beats of core FF7 have always served the purpose of portraying his story. We already have games where Zack and Sephiroth are the main characters, and it's not FF7 Remake. Cloud's journey is special not because he and others end up helping Sephiroth land the killing blow to Jenova and walk into the sunset, but because he grows to do so himself, despite not being set up to be the perfect hero, and in spite of the strongest soldier that has ever lived, now being reborn as a god. But hey, all of the above would only make sense if this distinction between Sephiroth and Jenova's will is valid to begin with, not only in the context of the original game and remake as we saw, but more importantly in the context of the actual sequel, Advent Children. If only we had a way to verify this claim. Remember what I told you about something not being totally incorrect, but rather a half-truth? I'm sorry for having to do this, but I was guilty of it this time. Back to Nojima's quote, during the initial development phase, we didn't really have a very specific reason as to why Sephiroth would come back to see Cloud. I mean, we had a vague reason, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. Various ideas were put on the table, such as having Cloud be the only one who can see Sephiroth. But towards the end, they solidified into the idea that it was actually Jenova's will, not Sephiroth's.
Well.
Whichever way this story goes, let's enjoy the ride, because once we roll the credits on part 3, it's all over, and we will not get to live through this era of mad speculation ever again. So let's make it pleasant for all of us. Let's be great to each other and hear what the game preaches. Compassion, acceptance, and trying to do the right thing. Because even if each of us has their own version of Final Fantasy VII in their mind, we all share the same passion for this story. And the things that unite us in this remake journey are much bigger than the ones that divide us. If you've been here from the very first video, I can't thank you enough for the love you showed, giving me the inspiration to keep doing this. And if you've just come across this channel for the first time, welcome on board, and I hope you enjoyed this. Take care.
Very well done video. Very well done video. Shout out to Steed. Steed with a phenomenal video. Shout out to the guy. Shout out to the guy. Chat, this has been a phenomenal stream. Let me give a shout out to everyone that's been supporting the stream. Oh my goodness. Jesse's Stories. What is this? JL Pagan 2. Thank you all for following on Twitch while we were offline. Much appreciated. Talking XP with the tier 1 sub. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone for supporting the stream. It's been a fun time. We got to watch a little state of play, which is really good, despite me not getting what I wanted with, with Final Fantasy, but that's okay. Or Kingdom Hearts, but what can you do besides blame Tetsuya Nomura? All right, chat. I gotta get up on out of here. Spend time with the family. I will see you all next time. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. And I don't know. Take some time for yourself. Be good. Peace.